PKA 511. Made the background myself. Guest Dick Taylor.
This episode of PKA is probably brought to you by Smartmouth, and maybe some others. We'll find out later. And we'll be seeing in real time how much of that copy can I remember off the top of my head. Tune in to find out. Because I do not have the copy in front of me, so we'll see. Simple stuff.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Dick,
so
how the hell are you?
What's up, you guys? Is everybody full of the spirit of MAGA after that incredible debate the other night? Oh my God.
I've never been prouder.
The spirit of MAGA.
I listened to a debate between Styx and Richard Spencer that was just very civilized and lucid. And then you turn on TV and the guys who want to run the country might as well be flinging shit at each other. Tremendous job, guys. Wonderful. How the hell are you? Is the 500 episode celebration finally over?
You're supposed to praise us, I think.
Oh,
we've been having all the guests talk about how wonderful we are, and until 600.
You didn't prepare your segment.
You know what? The background looks great. I want to print it out and hang it on my fridge. Woody, tremendous. Taylor, you did a great job with your sponsor. You. I want to buy whatever that is. Kyle, you are looking slimmer than last time, I want to say, but that might be my screen. I have you very tiny on it. What's up, guys?
Dude, Taylor, you know how the subreddit widens your head?
Yeah.
I can do that, right? I could fuck with your aspect ratio and just stretch you wide. That'd be funny.
That would be funny. Just don't acknowledge. Actually, this would be better, like a pre-show thing, to be like, you need to increase it 1 degree a week until people start to be like, he's really starting to look weird, man. It's like, I can't find when it started happening.
You know, scratch your head every time you talk about monkeys.
In our AMA questions, your head is like 8 feet wide.
That's true. Those ones I like because it's like, oh, okay, I'm not actually that ugly. It's the ones where they move my eye 3 pixels to the left, off center, and it's like, God, I look like an absolute retarded person. And
missing a chromosome.
Yeah, people will be like, and then like I had somebody like Photoshopping like those versions of me onto people with mental problems standing next to like athletes that they admired. It was like, this is what do you stop? This is it's kind of funny, but even so. So, Dick,
have you hit with the fat app at all? That stupid gradient fat app that's going around where people like fatten you up and then refatten you up and refatten you up until you look like your dad.
No, have you been getting hammered with the fat app?
Yeah, I hate it, man. I'm so Mexican. Every 20 pounds that I get put on is like another 50% Mexican that I turn. So I don't know. I remember having self-esteem. I don't anymore.
You're looking great. The hair still.
I noticed the arms when you put them up. I was like, geez,
there you go.
Fit motherfucker.
Dude, I haven't had an injury in a long time, so I'm finally like in the workout groove. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but like you get in that, you get to where it stops being sore and you can just put up weight like a machine. Yeah. And every time I hit that point, I'll do something stupid, like try to jump a children's ramp on a bicycle and fuck up my arm like that.
If I get hurt, I'll do it lifting usually. Like we passed like ships in the night, you and the three of us. Woody almost drowned playing around in his sky chair. I hurt my shoulder lifting a week ago, and Kyle dropped a knife off of his counter through his foot and had to go get it extracted from the ER. And this was all in the last 5 days, I think. So
yes, a week. And did you might be dead?
Yeah, we don't know. That
hopefully. Kyle, did you have that moment where you were like, I shouldn't pull it out, or I should pull it out, like in a movie?
It bounced out. Thankfully, I didn't have to make that choice, but
it was a significant gash.
I had the moment where I had to decide, where I had to figure out if my toes still worked, and then had to like look at it and do a double take and be like, yeah, I got to go to the ER. No, I can glue it up. Nope, ER.
Yeah,
ER.
With $100 Wusthof carving knife.
That's a $200 Wusthof carving knife. Thank you very much.
How is it now?
Those are nice.
Did the knife hold up? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's all good. I think it was dulled a little bit by the impact, but I sharpened her back up.
Good.
Not too sharp though.
As sharp as humanly possible.
If that were sharp,
You gotta
the
get
toes
one of
wouldn't
those
work.
bank chains like they have at Penn's at the post office to put on your knife.
Yeah.
I've got that whole set of like whetstones where it's like it starts at like 400 or 500 grit and goes down to like 3,000 grit, and then there's like a leather stropping thing that you do afterwards.
Yeah.
So it's just stupid sharp.
Dude, I was this retard watching something. This was a few years ago where I just got it in my head. I was like, man, you've been doing research on kitchen knives for 5 minutes now. You've got it figured out. This guy says you can buy a $20 set from Target and then buy this $8 sharpener off Amazon and create. I'm going to be like that guy, just like blowing the knife tip towards tomatoes and just shing, tiny little.
This one little secret knife
layer.
makers don't want you to know.
Yeah, one secret knife makers don't want you to know. And so I go out, I get my big cheap steak knife, thinking this is gonna be the people I show this to are gonna be blown away. I'll do that thing Kyle was talking about. It's like, hey, guess how much this knife is? Nah, it was $4. Now look at this. I put it in the sharpener thing and I start sharpening it. I take it out. And the knife is absolutely destroyed.
$4 ruined.
It is. I was flabbergasted that amount of damage could be done to steel in that amount of time from this sharpener.
It wasn't a ceramic knife, was it?
No.
That'd be consistent with what you're seeing. Like,
Can't really
No, it wasn't
sharpen
ceramic,
those.
but it was like you
super
could.
hard.
Mm-hmm, it didn't work as a knife anymore. It didn't cut
Some would say
cheese cleanly.
impossible.
There's a guy on YouTube who made it his mission, and he did it well. And he's like,
Wow.
Yeah, he's like one of these. His YouTube channel is half focused on how great he is at sharpening things, and it's possible. It's just super hard.
Is he a knife
Okay.
competition guy who like takes those Urukai swords and cuts full water bottles and stuff?
No, but he sharpens stuff so sharp that they're like mirrors. The edges on, you can see your reflection in the camera and everything, and then he just cuts things that you would think don't cut well, and it's pretty neat. He's a likable guy, and then he does challenges like ceramic knives, and
I'll get my knives so sharp that I can take a human hair and like sharpen the hair, like run the like a mat, like it's a piece of wood.
Samurai
whittling.
shit. Yeah.
You can whittle the hair. So yeah, you don't want your knife that sharp in retrospect, apparently, or that fucking heavy. It must weigh 2 pounds. It's not a good
That's a
idea.
lot.
I've got one of those beautiful, I think it's the Wurstoff sets. It's a really beautiful set of knives. And somewhere along the line, I lost one of the little knives, like one of the dinner knives. It drives me insane looking at it every time I see it. Like the wanting to find it, knowing that it's sitting in the trash somewhere, that I just chucked it like with a pile of carne asada or something. But it's been driving me nuts recently.
You can
that one
replace them.
missing
I
knife.
feel
Replace
ya.
like the single blades.
And then it's going to look like a cartoon, like the thing that is going to move in a cartoon. How it's the colors always a little bit off. And you're like, well, he's going to jump out of that door right there. That's
Oh,
what
why do you
knife-
have one really
Right.
clean knife?
Yeah, exactly. This one's not as black. This one's blacker than the other one. Like, fuck, man.
Yeah, if this were a video game, I would know exactly what item to interact with.
that's about right.
It's fucking that one.
Yeah. You lost the knife, huh? Yes, just use the goddamn knife, please. Shut up.
Yeah, my kitchen shears broke, and so for the last 2 months, I've had like construction, like cardboard cutting scissors that just stuck in that block up there. It looks terrible. It looks awful. But
What do you use
haven't
the
got
shears for?
Oh, like it was for like cutting up like chicken legs and stuff or whatever. You know,
Okay.
it didn't even break doing that. It was just such a crappy set of shears. I was using it to open a clamshell one day, and both handles fell off.
Wait. Clam? You don't cut clams with scissors?
No, like a clamshell package. Like, you know what you get?
Oh, okay.
You know what you get? Like
I think I know why they broke.
Yeah,
No.
I'm picturing a clam, with an oyster in it or something.
Yeah.
You just hitting it with the scissors.
No,
You
like
don't
what
cut
you get
your clams?
what you get an
Fucking
Xbox
clams.
controller in. Like,
Yeah.
like a clamshell
A blister
package.
pack.
I'm not that silly.
I like my oysters cut down the middle, not across. Do it again, cut it down the middle.
Some people open them like this. Not me, sir. We go
Not
right
me.
across.
Yeah, we call this suitcase style. You interested? It's 3 times as expensive. Takes a long time. We need to get a bandsaw going.
Bandsaws are where it's at.
I frankly wouldn't recommend it. Wouldn't recommend suitcase style. So Dick, I know you have probably, because you seem to be more up on this than we are, the FrankHassle and Boogie thing.
Oh man, Hassle doctrine. Have you guys talked about that?
A little bit on PKA. Can you lay out the background? Maybe you know it really well.
But real quick, the PKA highlights guy, the second that story went out there, put up a clip titled FPS Russia gives gun advice to Boogie2988 because of all the times you'd recommended. And that guy is, his eye's on the ball.
It really
is. So shout out to that guy in the clip channels. But yeah, fill us in, Dick. We only kind of know the top layer.
I'm trying to find the message I sent to Boogie the night before. I said, "Do not pull a gun on Frank. Don't kill him." I said, "Oh yeah, here's what I said: Don't kill him. You'll go to jail. But do whatever you want. Honestly, people do." That was the last bit of advice. He said, "Oh God, where is it?" He said that he may be a comedian, but I promise you, if he shows up, he won't be one anymore. Fact. This shit ends today." And I said, "What are you gonna do? Kill him? Lol." I guess.
What are you gonna do? Kill him? Lol. I like that you've got your finger in all these pies somehow.
See, now you're gonna have to be called to testify if this goes any further. You've got way too much evidence on that phone.
Like Dick Masterstar over here. Doing
I'm a very good testifier.
We'd like to call Dick Masterson to the.
All right, so he knew he was coming the night before. Lay out the sequence of events here.
Well, do you guys know who FrankHassle is? First, what's your familiarity with FrankHassle? It's between Zero and Hassle doctrine.
He does the go up to people in public style content with the GoPros and the asking uncomfortable like that kind of stuff.
He hassles people.
Yeah,
that's what he likes to do. He was arguing with Boogie, saying that he was going to sissy hypnotize him. He calls himself Dr. Don Wario, the sissy hypnotist, and he was going to hypnotize Boogie into being his sissy sex slave. These are both large, fat, bearded men, so nothing about either of them is really. Yeah, nothing lends itself to sissy hypnosis, but for some reason, Boogie decided to pretend that this was a real threat, and he went on the kill stream and he went on the kill stream and debated with Frank for an hour. Then he went on Keemstar's show.
What did they possibly have to debate about?
I don't know. One of them thinks it's a joke and the other one thinks it's harassment. That's
Frank,
the debate.
I saw it. It's been a little while in my memory, but it was kind of along the lines of FrankHassle's these are the reasons I don't like you. And if I remember right, Boogie was like, "That's valid. That's not even true. That's not a good reason." Type thing. That's the
yeah. And then Frank posted a picture. Frank was going through Arkansas to see a friend of his, and he posted a picture where Boogie, the town that Boogie lives in, of a snake, saying, "I'm here, you pussy," or something like that. And Boogie took this as you might do. I personally wouldn't take it like this because he's a comedian who hassles people. He decided that means Frank drove 3 states over just to show up at his house and sissy hypnotize him. He went on Keemstar and ranted at Frank for a half hour, telling him that you did come to my property, you pussy. You're never gonna do it, and if you do, I'll put you in a body bag. Really over the top, Ultimate Warrior kind of 80s wrestling. It's hilarious. He goes during the interview, he starts doing an effeminate voice and daring Frank to come to his house and knock on the door, calling him a pussy if he doesn't. So what do you know? Frank comes over to his house, knocks on the door. Boogie comes out brandishing his friend's gun, asking if it's locked and loaded and ready to shoot, seemingly having not even a basic understanding of how a firearm works. Exactly. He comes out, tells Frank to fuck off, tells him that he's going to kill him. Tells him it ends right now, that he doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to have to put a bullet in him. I mean, Kyle, you're well versed in guns and defense. It just seems like there's no possible way anybody who's afraid for their life is walking outside like John Wayne, aiming a 44, aiming a pistol at somebody who's completely unarmed and recording it, who you've dared to come to your house.
I think so. I wouldn't like that either. I'd probably do pretty much the exact same thing if I were allowed to have guns.
Well, would you get on a stream and dare him to come over?
Oh, absolutely not. I'd get on a stream and let him know the police would be waiting for him if he came. You know, my first option wouldn't be to walk outside with a gun. Certainly, that's the last option. But I also don't like the idea of somebody trespassing onto my property being a piece of shit when they've been told not to come, because they're
absolutely.
But I think the first thing would be the police, and the second thing will probably be something less lethal. But then at some point, like, he needs to get shot. I don't like the idea of somebody trespassing on my property and being a piece of shit.
Yeah, here's where it gets fun. Boogie decides instead of shooting FrankHassle, he's going to shoot his gun at at the optimum angle
firing
for
at
distance.
Alabama instead.
Yeah,
over there.
There's a church in the distance and a middle school, I believe, that Boogie decides to shoot a 44 Magnum round at, as you know, the most distance and the most lethality possible. Which I don't know. I don't think some kid riding his tricycle around the neighborhood.
If some kid got domed, they would have reported on that like quickly, and they would have known. But like something else that like when I was watching it, like if that guy Frank was gonna be scared, it seemed like there wasn't any reason for him to be scared of being shot anymore. Once Boogie said like in 30 seconds, I'm gonna give you a warning shot. And it was like, oh, Boogie, why would you say that? I don't know shit about using a gun in that situation. I've never been in that situation, but I certainly don't think, and Kyle could, give us more information. Kyle, is it ever good to announce you're going to fire a warning shot and then fire it?
I don't know.
No.
Like I know how to shoot a gun. I don't know how to handle a fucking scenario like this. This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
Kyle, if you know something about something, you get to be the expert on everything about it.
Okay, I'll make it up as I go along then.
Yeah.
I don't know that warning shots are a good idea to begin with. Like, I
mean, if I'm in a saloon and there's not a town that way, fine.
Taylor, you didn't have to take a course on this and pass a test to get your concealed carry license.
We did, but it didn't cover warning shots and stuff.
Yeah, so
like I know that's a bad idea. You're not supposed to.
Did it cover sissy hypnotizing? Was that part of your training?
Look, he brandished the gun.
Don't swallow the gun. Do not taste the gun.
Legally, there's no such thing as a warning shot. That's just a missed shot. And the move to make would have been to call the police. And if he tries to enter the home, right, banging too harshly on the door, like if he thought he was breaking down the door or breaking a window, he could have opened fire. What he did, open the door, go out front, and warning shot, that's sketchy legal ground. I think Boogie's going to get in low-grade trouble.
And what they do say in every one of those gun classes is if you're ever in a situation like this, shoot to kill. Don't be that guy who thinks you're going to John Wayne, just whip him in the forearm real quick and neutralize the target. Like, no,
he's going to wing him.
Shoot center mass and just do it. Get it done.
He's going to shoot the super chats out of his stream.
Did they do story time in your concealed carry course, Taylor? There was a great one in mine.
It was more ours was like military guys who were like moonlighting, doing some other job.
Ours was a sheriff, and he's telling this story. This had happened in his county, and like while he was a sheriff, and this guy had taken his wife hostage and put a gun next to her head. And he's telling the husband to like hand over his wallet or something like this. So the guy pulls out his little 380 like ACP, and he's gonna plink this guy in the forehead, right? So he lines it up, shoots, hits his own wife, shoots her in the shoulder. It did diffuse the situation.
That is so funny.
Yeah, I hope he played it off. He was like, "You see what I did to her? I love her. You don't get out of here right now."
That would be
that's the ultimate like go schizo and be like, and if dinner's ever late again, it's like, and I'll get to you in a minute, sir. Like, just
apparently she teases him about it every opportunity she gets. She's always, like it. Would you make coffee? You did shoot me. Like, you owe me. And she used it all the time.
You did shoot.
There's no coming back from that. You did shoot me. I guess I will take out the trash.
Right, exactly.
So the Boogie thing, what's the next step in this? Like, I'm sure that they're doing a little investigation on the whole situation and the gun firing. Do you know anything, Dick?
Probably nothing. Like who cares about two fat idiots acting like morons together? I don't think I think the DA has bigger problems than some. What I love the most about is that Boogie chose to wear a free Tomb Raider shirt on the day that he was going to murder somebody.
My favorite part was when FrankHassle's outside the house calling Boogie fat. Get out of here, you fat piece of shit! It's like. Have you not met you? Why are you throwing that insult around?
Dude, but that guy, like, in the footage of, like, Boogie's Ring doorknob or whatever it was, showing Frank's doing, like, that totally off-kilter crazy person, like, waving back and forth, going, "You gonna kill me? Kill me! Kill me! Open fire!" Wasn't that what he was saying? Open fire!
Yeah, open fire! Open fire!
What a fucking maniac! What a fucking maniac!
He is a maniac. Boogie is the good guy in this situation.
Boogie is the good guy. Let's not forget. Like this thing is very funny. It's funny to make fun of both of them. However, in reality, Boogie's the good guy. Boogie's the guy at his home, probably minding his own business. God knows what he was doing in there, if we're being honest. But
but you don't show up at someone's house. That's
Boogie shot a school. Boogie shot into the air at a school.
The school part you made up, right?
No, a flight school. Come on.
So Woody, I did see a photo of this, and who knows if it was some meme or made up, but it was like, here's where the shot was fired from. Here's the direction of where it was fired, and then there is a school zone. But if anything, it's like it's gonna go.
I think it was actually a church that he shot at.
Look, Boogie lives in Arkansas. There are schools and churches every fucking where.
Yeah.
Where aren't there schools and churches? All right,
dude, you can't fire a gun without hitting someone at a school or a church.
And it was a black church, we're being now told. Like, come on.
Authorities will now be looking into this much more seriously.
Yeah, he's the good guy. He's a bad shot. Okay, we'll give you that. But
bad shot, good guy.
Well, I was talking like just as far as he didn't handle the gun thing well, but the actual act of being.
I like that he has a gun because, like, I watched a little bit. You mentioned that clip that guy uploaded of me giving Boogie gun advice, and it was going back like maybe 3 years or something, 4 years even. And at the time, he'd only shot a .22 pistol, and he was like, "Yeah, I liked that, but then I shot a 9mm, one of those man killers, and that scared me." And now I see him on video with a fucking .44 revolver, and I'm just like, he grew up.
I was watching that. I knew he was. Single tear.
Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. Did. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, he's got the Magnum out. I liked that video a lot. I've watched it a bunch of times. I've seen so many edits of it where like he fires the shot and then like a plane goes down or something like that. I've seen the image edited so that he's like Benny from that scene. I don't know if anybody knows this from Fallout New Vegas, where Benny's pointing the gun at your head and he's got the two goons on either side. But now it's Boogie in the center pointing the gun at you. It's great for that stuff. And it is funny to have a good time about. But sticking with Woody here, Boogie's the good guy here. Yeah. Boogie's the homeowner minding his own business at his residence.
He's being harassed at his house at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys don't think the taunting has anything to do with why he got harassed at the end of the day? The Keemstar interview?
I think it's irrelevant. I think that you should be able to taunt someone as much as you want, and they shouldn't literally trespass on your property and come to your home. I think that's crossing a whole nother line.
I mean, I don't know. Somebody tells me to come knock, and I'm a pussy if I don't come knock. I might go knock on their door. Like, this is an entertainment business. He said, come knock, you pussy. Come knock. You can't drive 4 miles to come knock. Come visit me, friend, or you're a fucking pussy. It was like 10 minutes of that.
Can we pause on this? So I think Boogie knew he had a gun at this point. I know you mentioned it was his friend's gun, but something about a gun can almost make you feel like, well, I can win every fight now, right? I've got this magic laser pistol. I can't be beaten. Come at me. You don't know I have a secret weapon. It's not the way you want to win a fight, but I suspect that was in the back of his mind.
All right. I didn't know he said all that. All right. I'm gonna take at least 1/2 step back from my original stance now, because if you spend and you're saying a long time, like 10, 20 minutes, repeatedly telling someone, come at me, bro. Come to my house, pussy. Fucking knock on the door, bitch. you might not be surprised when they do, in fact, come and literally knock on your door.
That may be true, but even when I was listening to it, like, it seemed more of him like panicked, like animal in a corner responding, where it was like, oh, you come at me, I'll go crazy. Like, I'll corner me and see what happens. Like, it didn't seem like he genuinely wanted.
One of my favorite Boogie moments, and look, I neither like Boogie nor dislike Boogie. He's somewhere in the middle for me. I don't know him in real life. I've never had any interaction with him outside the show, but I'll never forget when he was on the show, and I wish I could quote him exactly because I don't like misquoting.
Oh, no, I know what you're going.
I think he was talking about some kind of incident he had with a guy at a gas station, and he was like, I just got mad. And he just looked at me and he saw how mad I was, and he was scared. He backed away because I'll just go crazy on you. I'll just go crazy on you. And he knew. And I remember like me and Woody exchanging this knowing look like,
dude, I remember.
I don't care how mad or crazy that man ever gets. It's not going to matter.
Fighting is an athletic endeavor, right? Dick is a fighter. Like, even current Boogie's not going to be a great fighter, and he's more athletic than he was 2 years ago.
That's a generous statement. Not going to be a great fighter.
Not a great fighter. Great fighter. Not one of the greats. He was good.
He's in the hall of very, very good amongst the fighting greats.
Dude,
and a contender.
I remember after that episode with the gas station story, right after it ended and it was all of us coming up with the titles, you were like, before we name the show, can we talk about that gas station story? What the fuck was that about? Like, there's no way he was scaring people at a gas station. Like, it just...
Yeah, it implied a greater, like, I started making inferences about it in general, like, wow, how far away from the truth is his sense of self, right? If he thinks he's mean mugging people at gas stations, getting them to back down, what else does he think about himself? Is he smarter than Einstein? He's already tougher than
we all
John
are.
Jones. Well, currently.
Shut up, you. Your anti-Semitic ways, I won't stand for it.
Oh, is that what I did?
No, that's what Taylor did, going after Einstein. Clearly an anti-Semite.
I've been caught. Hoisted by my own petard.
Yeah, I don't know, something about that one. Like how unaware, like how much can a man lack self-awareness if he thinks he's threatening at 5?
Yes, and even if you do ever think those thoughts, to say it in front of other people
on a podcast,
maybe keep that maybe in the back of your head. If you ever thought like kind of a badass, kind of a man's man, high tea kind of individual, you wouldn't be like, and I'm going to go tell a whole bunch of people that I feel that way. Like, maybe keep that one to yourself. Maybe let it cool.
I wish I had thought of it.
Set in a little.
I wish I had thought of it at the time, so I could be like, dude, that reminds me of a story that happened to me today, actually. I was at a gas station and 2 guys were giving me shit. And they were huge. They were, Boogie, how tall are you? Twice that big. And both of them enormous. They take one look at me. They go, my God, that guy's got his dick hanging out of his shorts. What's he going to do with it? Like, just like,
all your stories should be variants of the college game day parking story. Yeah, there were 6
delivering
freshmen.
Justice.
There were 6 freshmen reserving a parking spot, and I swept them aside.
I threw one from the 5th floor.
I grabbed one's feet and swung him. I used him as a weapon amongst the others.
Yeah, have any of you guys? Wait, let me make sure.
Yeah, but I feel differently about the thing now, knowing that Boogie challenged this man to come to his house, because
I need to hear it.
Different.
I'm basing this on nothing. Dick, are you telling the story straight and true down the middle?
That Boogie, me in my front yard in 5 minutes, and we'll see who ends up on top.
Is it possible that perhaps FrankHassle was provoking Boogie, and Boogie was kind of trying not to be a total puss on the call, saying, come at me?
This has happened to me before. What happened to Boogie? A guy just being an asshole has come to my house, and a guy who I think has schizophrenia has come to my house. I handled them both by saying, do not come to my house. Like, do not come to my house. Do not come to my house. I answered both with a loaded gun, open the door, shut the door. Because as far as I'm concerned, like, you can go knock on somebody's door and that's like, that's legal in America. I would never have handled it the way Boogie does, which is screaming like the ultimate warrior. It was a mix of this shit ends or I will end it, don't come to my house, and you're a fucking pussy if you don't come to my house and get your reckoning because I will kill you. It was like straight up premeditated murder on Boogie. It was like the episode of The Simpsons when Homer tricks Flanders into coming over so he can kill him.
Yeah. like Wiggum and Homer have that whole conversation. Well, if they're in your house, of course you can shoot them.
Yeah.
Hey, Flanders. Inviting him over.
I'm inviting Flanders over.
Doesn't work if you invite him in, Homer. Like, get out of here, Flanders. It's not like that.
That is different. And like your text conversation with Boogie, I'm just thinking like, why would you write that? Like don't you know that's going to end up being like some sort of evidence if you do shoot this YouTuber?
What did Boogie write again? What did
Boogie write to you?
Oh, let's see.
I'd love to hear like word for word because it was hilarious.
Bring him on. I'll read it with him. It's preposterous.
Like
the funniest thing is, go ahead.
First of all, let's imagine a scenario where, in fact, Boogie blew FrankHassle away. All right, and we're talking about the death of FrankHassle right now.
Yeah,
and Boogie's upcoming trial, and the fact that Dick here has been called as both a material and a character witness for both sides, the defense and the prosecution, and his phone is Exhibit A.
Well, Twitter can't lock this account then. Castle Doctrine. He's got it. But Castle Doctrine says after he made a threat once, he's on my property. I literally cannot break any laws. I mean, I don't know if like sissy rape is a threat, but I really don't want to hurt him or anyone. So I really hope it doesn't come to that. But I won't risk my roommate or dog getting hurt. That's just not a thing that's allowed to happen. I said this entire thing is pussy shit. He's a comedian who's making jokes. Open the door with a gun if you want. Driving to someone's town and showing up at the front door isn't a joke, man. Sorry, I don't see it that way. I said, well, don't kill him. You'll go to jail. It's not illegal what he's doing.
Yeah, you're the real good guy here. And I did I knew there was a quote of what I think Boogie said on Keemstar's call. And the guy FrankHassle put it in his little like meme video. And it says with the picture being Boogie holding the gun, the overlay is Boogie's quote, "I'm going to fucking kill you and take pleasure doing it."
Yep.
And then he puts in quotes under that. This quote is going to be really relevant later in court. So I guess I'm going to fucking kill you and take pleasure doing it isn't the ideal foray.
It's not great to hear you, but in the video itself, like on game day, he's like, I want you to leave. You don't have permission to be on my property. I'm about to fire a warning shot. Like he's really kind of, it seemed like he was speaking to the attorneys while FrankHassle was there.
More likely
in his head, I'm going to fire a warning shot is like, wow, look at how measured this guy is. Where it's like, no, you can't just fire bullets into the air.
He's guilty of something, right? Like that Breonna Taylor case, right? Dude, it is, I don't know, hilarious isn't the word I'm looking for. It's something else that the police didn't get charged for anything for shooting that woman, but they did get charged for missing her. The guy got charged with the bullet that missed her and hit the neighbor's wall, wanton endangerment or something like that.
Yeah.
Is it wonton endangerment?
It's based on the soup, I think. What is it? Wanton? I don't know the word. It's something very
wanton. Yeah, because I heard someone else say wonton endangerment.
It's a Chinese law.
That's you're guilty of egg roll assault.
That protest really kind of faded out of nowhere, didn't it? That Breonna Taylor, like that was going to be the mother of all protests, but I don't know.
I haven't been following.
They're not done yet. They're not done yet. Like no. Jesus Christ, like I can't watch ESPN without being reminded about the hardships of people anymore. Like I just want to see how the Braves are doing.
They lit the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Station on fire last week.
Property value actually went up after that.
Yeah, it was helpful.
It burnt out all the roaches.
Yeah, most of the barriers are already here. Yeah, just get a couple of masks, some CO2. We got a business.
I really took care of the rat problem. I don't know. Smells good too.
The St. Louis, did you say police department burnt down?
Yeah, some people threw like fire bombs in there because it was just like Wednesday.
That's funny to me. Like St. Louis, it takes a lot to make the news here.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't go hang out downtown on the weekends anymore just in case something pops off. Like, I don't want to get trapped.
Desperately want to go down there and just see how dangerous it really is.
Hear me out.
I desperately want you to go
until it's too late.
I will wear a disguise, right? You see where
you
I'm
cannot wear
going with
blackface to
Let's head downtown and
you get your hair squared up again.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't get squared up again.
No, I know you're in town, Woody. I'm just really busy. I can't hang out. I'm gonna stream Among Us. So I'm not gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in proper disguise, nothing could happen.
Ooh, okay.
Thinking ahead.
Have fun. But yeah, anyway, that Frank Hassle Boogie story has been the most interesting little internet development to me over the course of the last week. And I think you're right. Like, it does. I didn't see, granted, I haven't been on Twitter a lot today, but I haven't seen a lot of new developments. It'll probably just fade away.
I don't know. That would be silly for Frank to let it fade away if he could like press some sort of civil charges or something like that and just keep digging the shit fire.
Yeah, because I'm sure it's good for his views and shit.
Of course it is.
I barely heard of it. This is all I know about Frank Hassle is he's the guy who hassles Boogie. Like that's his identity at this point. Maybe he can springboard this to the guy that hassles other people as well.
Oh, let's hope so.
Right? Hassle, don't come at me. I don't want any trouble.
Though. He's like, no, trust me, bro. I can just straight up murder this guy. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's legal. The cops told me it's totally cool.
This, by the way.
Yeah. Apparently, the journalist organization Motherboard reached out to Frank Hassle for comment. Hassle emailed a photo of a giant piece of shit in a dry toilet.
Dude, you got to watch Frank's videos. He goes around asking people. He goes around with an open pack of hot dogs, asking people if they drop their dogs, and they'll go insane. Like regular people will just start freaking out that he keeps asking them if they drop their hot dogs because of the absurdity of it, I guess.
Oh, that's an enormous turd.
It says here, hi there, I'm a reporter with Motherboard, Vice's science and tech site. I'm reaching out to see if you'd be interested in doing an interview about the shooting. Just the only response is a giant turd in a dry toilet.
Look at Frank's URL.
It says gag on it. Good God, how can that? This person has a huge butthole.
Did I ever tell you?
Any poop that leaves my butthole is shaped into something smaller. This is like a baby.
I've never seen a shit like that. You're right. But I remember there was one time I went into my grade school bathroom. I was maybe 7 or 8, and I saw a piece of shit bigger than anything. I had no idea something like that could exit the human body. And I was blown away because to me, I was like, that's an adult poop. Like there's some giant adult must be around here. I went to and I went to my friend's house like a month or two later. And I guess he just, as I learned in school, didn't flush his shits. And I went in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. We were doing a sleepover. And it was like OJ's hand in the glove of shit, where I was like, it's fucking you, Michael. You're the big asshole kid. I thought it was the janitor, and it was you. It was you. I never told anyone, but yeah, I know about your big shits, man.
I think Michael was getting raped. and he was leaving those enormous turds as some sort of like
cry for
like
help.
pedophile's breadcrome. Hoping that someone would just take note.
And the only person that noticed is, look at that big poop.
Yep. You didn't speak up. You got to speak up and speak out, Taylor.
When
you see those breadcrumbs, when you see those enormous poops, that's someone's cry for help.
Frank Hassle has been sissy trained. That's what's happened, right? Now he's right. Someone's given it to him with an enormous penis. It's causing him to leave those enormous poops.
Probably. Your friend might have been flushing, Taylor, but
yes,
it didn't go down. He's getting unfairly maligned here.
He is being maligned, and if I talk to him for the first time in 15 years, I'll tell him.
Let's get him on the show. I would rather him be the guest on the show than just about anyone in the world right at this moment. Like, what if we could just like call him up out of the blue? Like, hey, will you video call me? It's Taylor. Yeah, I guess. What's up? And then just immediately confront him about the pedophilia large.
Were you? How often were you raped, sir? We haven't talked since like 2001 or so. It's not an answer to my question. Irrelevant. So, all right, before we get to the next thing, and by the way, this episode of PKA is brought to you by Smartmouth, Postmates, and GOAT. We're going to hear from a couple of them right now. Postmates. This episode of PKA is brought to you by a company we have a lot of personal experience with, and that is Postmates. You know what's great about eating your favorite thing? It's your favorite thing, and you're eating it. You know what's not great? Getting it. And the only fast things that deliver aren't what you're craving. Introducing Postmates, the app that adds delivery option to your favorite restaurants. Imagine anything you want to eat delivered. No need to drive, park, or even talk to people on the phone. Just download the app and order 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Postmates will bring you what you want within the hour. You can even see where your food is and track your driver. You forgot the eggs and milk? No problem. Craving a tasty burger? Check. Looking for the perfect bottle of red wine or a summer beer? Order up. Postmates is your new long-term munchies booty call. For a limited time, Postmates is giving you $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. To start your free deliveries, download the app today, the Postmates app, and use code PKA. That's code PKA for $100 of free delivery credit in your first 7 days. Save the hassle. Get the food you love fast at Postmates with code PKA. $100 off your groceries. A fantastic. Lots of people talking about this deal. I'm very rich, but I'm not going to give up $100.
Every so often we have a coupon code that's free, and I'm like, that's a great price. But negative $100 might be our best coupon.
Did you hear this? Lots of people talking about this. There's some retards are still going to restaurants. Have you heard this? You can get that food right at your door. $100 free, PKA.
Also brought to you by GOAT.com. If you're buying sneakers online, there's a good chance that the shoe you're looking at is fake. How can you be sure it's real? Well, GOAT.com is the safest way to buy and sell authentic sneakers online. They're the largest marketplace in the world for authentic Yeezys, Jordans, and over 600,000 sneaker listings. They've made the whole process frictionless and trustworthy. They do this by only accepting sellers with the best reputation and by verifying the sneakers to ensure their authenticity for buyers. Every single detail is inspected from the stitching and color to the size and weight. GOAT certifies that every single pair of sneakers on their site matches exactly with factory specifications. With over 500,000 sneakers on the platform and 10 million users, you will not find better prices for verified 100% authentic sneakers anywhere else. Find the perfect 100% authentic sneaker at goat.com/PKA. That's goat.com/PKA. Plus, you'll also be supporting the show, but you've got to go right now before the sneakers you want are gone. Go to goat.com/PKA, spelled GOAT.com/PKA. Get yourself some high quality, 100% authentic sneakers.
Check them out. Otherwise, you're going to get ripped off. You're going to get fake sneakers.
How fake would the sneakers be? What's like
So
a nightmare scenario of fake sneakers?
Misspelled Nikes.
Oh, yeah.
A pair of Nikes.
Get the Nikes.
Okay. That'd be a pretty big mess up.
I can't remember what I wanted to talk about. I had a thing, though. Oh. Well, maybe I'll save that for later. I was going to talk about that audiobook I've been listening to that's really good. But
What is it? I need an audiobook. I'm driving tomorrow.
It's the Helldivers.
Oh,
It's,
2 thumbs up. Is it really good? Where are we?
I really like it. And like, this probably won't be a selling point for you, but like the second book has really got me hooked. But it's free. That's the real selling point, because there's no buying to be done if you've got Audible. Not an Audible ad or anything, but it is free on Audible. It's like free with your subscription. It's I think the first book's like 8 or 9 hours long or something like that. It's good. I like it. You know, it's post-apocalyptic. Everybody, like the last of humanity, is living in these airships sort of above the poisoned earth and poisoned storm clouds that are between. And they have to send these Helldiver guys down to the surface to like scavenge for parts and supplies and fuel and shit like that. And the earth is this poisoned wasteland with these mutated monsters on it that they have to inevitably end up in machine gun fights with. So that's pretty fun. And they're always getting ripped apart and gutted and radiation poisoning, and everybody on the ship is sick and has cancer and they're dying. It's good. Cool. I like it.
Audiobooks are good. I feel like I rediscovered audiobooks a couple of years ago. I knew that they existed. It was usually just a way for me to like, I don't know, learn something new. But now I've been doing audiobook fiction, and it's 8 to 34-hour movies. I really appreciate it when they're performed by an ensemble cast. I might have used ensemble incorrectly, but you know, if it's just one guy doing all the voices, that can be good. if they get a woman to do the woman voice as a guy, if they get 7 people put together and really perform the book, that's a bonus to me.
That's where we disagree.
Okay.
I always listen to the sample first, to see what I'm getting into, because I want to see what this guy's voice is like. Like, I don't want, there's sometimes like the author will read the book, and I guess some people are into that, and I'm just like, this guy's best talent is writing, not speaking.
Okay.
This is no good. But then the other thing that I really dislike is when a woman reads the book to me. That's the second worst thing that could happen. And then the third worst thing that could happen is if a bunch of people read the book to me. I don't need that. I want one dude. I want one dude, and I want him to do the voices for everyone. And he just has to do a passing job. Like, he doesn't have to nail it to the wall or anything. He just has to do a pretty good job. If he can do a child voice, a woman voice, and nail a few accents, like the guy who's reading this.
Give me the level of child and woman voice from you that like would be acceptable.
What I have to do it myself?
Yeah. Like what do you think?
Yeah. To communicate this idea.
No.
It's like your best one. Like, I'm a woman. I'm doing my best. I'm Kitty. You do Kitty well. That's pretty good. So you could do some derivative of that. Like do a nice, do a child's voice. Just get into the character. Think of yourself with a big lolly and a pin hat. You're skipping.
The pinwheel hat.
Pinwheel hat.
The propeller hat. Yeah.
The propeller hat. Just picture it.
And an
give me your best
lollipop.
child.
There's not enough food, sir. Please.
No, that's Oliver Twist. You're cheating.
That's Oliver Twist. That's the first child that came to my mind.
Yeah, you can't emulate a child, and if you
I can't just do Oliver Twist.
No, you have to pick a different child. It has to be a unique child.
I'm never gonna have a career as a fucking book reader. Then.
No, man. I read a book.
I don't like the full cast of people. It
was like this hot 20-something-year-old, early 20s. She was young. I don't want some dude doing her. She needs to be doing her own voice.
Now sometimes that's true. If the dude can't do a good girl voice, then I'm out. Like I told you about listening to Red Dragon about a month ago, and the guy had the most gravelly voice.
She turned to Lord Faramir and said, "I'm gushing for you."
That literally happened. That literally happens in Red Dragon. Like, the lady looks to her, like the lady and her husband are in the car, their children in the back seat. So she leans over and whispers, "I want your big cock in me as far as it'll go." And I'm just like,
that's where those big poops come from.
He sounded more and more like a wrestler.
Yeah, no, this girl.
Own that pussy and show it who's boss.
Saturday only.
Yeah. Sunday. Tear me apart.
Cock. Put your cock in as far as it'll go. When Maneater versus the Caracolon. Yeah, it's no good. It's no fun. I don't like that. But if they do a good child voice, like Roy Dotrice, obviously, with the Game of Thrones
fucking
stuff.
Sucked. He did 93 variations of old man people. He was fucking horrible. And his worst voice was a horn.
Hello. That's what he did. It was the weakest, most feeble man.
Dare you?
Oh, when he died, I bought a cake.
How dare you Roy Dotrice? What a cake!
He was the worst. He was the worst.
Speaking of cake,
he fucking ruined those stories. He was terrible. I get it. He did 93 different characters, and they all sounded different. If they all sounded the same. And
I don't think that he did a bad job, but I agree that it's not like
he was so feeble.
It was rare that you would hear a voice and be like, "Oh wow, I know exactly who this is." It's like, no, I know who this is because I know who the chapter is. Like, it's not because
Roy Dotrice was so feeble. He is way past his prime. I'm still convinced it's hard to beat like age appropriate actors doing their thing. The girl when I talked about, she was like clever and sarcastic. And it takes a young girl to do the clever, sarcastic girl, right? They nail that like particular kind of thing. Where if some old dude was doing, if Roy Dotrice was doing her, get the fuck out of here.
I do want it to be one guy. I don't want a cast of characters doing voices. Like,
what?
if I'm doing the
is that how you like your TV shows and your movies?
No, it's different.
Yeah.
If I'm doing,
I turn closed caption on and I read all the lines to myself when I watch TV.
My girlfriend hates it. We have to watch every movie on mute. Yes, I'm a purist. Yeah. You know what? That's how I excuse.
Write it down and I'll read that question to me. That's what I say.
That's why I can honestly say, "Oh, I love reading." When people ask me. Yeah, I just read Breaking Bad. I just read South Park. Speaking of which,
yeah, but check out that book if you're looking for something else. There's a bunch of them. Like I'm on book 2, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but it's a lot like Fallout, which is really cool because I love the Fallout series. And I think I've seen like, I don't know, there's 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 of these things. There's a bunch of them. Really good. You're talking about the Fallout pandemic special, Taylor, maybe?
The South Park one? Yeah, I was going to watch it last night after I finished streaming, and then it turns out you need to wait 24 hours if you're going to watch it through the HBO Max app. So I guess I'll watch it tonight maybe if I'm not too tired after this.
That rule is inconsistent. I don't understand it. Like,
it is.
I used to watch, people gave me shit for it, but I used to like to watch Bill Maher. I haven't watched him in a couple of years. But I don't know. It seemed like you had to wait a day or sometimes more than a day. I can't figure out when you watch it. And it's already like, if it's a weekly show and it's kind of news oriented, it's already history. You let it age a couple more days and it's like, what the fuck are we even talking about? That was 4 topics ago.
Yeah, I think different shows have different deals, based on the streaming service and the network and everything. Because I'm trying to think, like maybe It's Always Sunny, that would come out on FX and then you'd have to wait like at least 24 hours. The really nice thing about like premium channels, like The Boys, for example, The Boys comes out on Fridays. It seems like it really comes out on Thursday night, really late. I think it's going to be on at like midnight tonight. I think when it's Thursday, they're like, yeah, well, it's Thursday. Let's go. Let's put it out there.
Dude, The Boys is good. At the beginning of this season, I'm not going to spoil anything. At the beginning of this season, I thought Boys was good, and it has just gotten better every episode. And yeah, some shit went down last episode I really enjoyed. They just consequential things go down, and I think it's nice.
Yeah, I looked up the scene where the Starlight blows like half the 7 on Reddit, and because I wanted to see if they actually
the comics.
Yeah. Because I wanted to see if they actually drew the cocks. And Homelander's dick is no less than 13 inches long or something like that. It is gargantuan. It's like this fucking water bottle. It's so fucking big.
So this not a spoiler. The Deep, she doesn't blow him. Just noteworthy, where she does in the TV show. This is a year ago. I'm not spoiling shit. But what's funny is the dialogue with Homelander and her. She's like, "Oh, you're a Homelander. Like, why would you do this? You could have anybody." And he's like, what I seem to have right now is a communication problem because you're not sucking my dick yet.
Like, pretty much. She's like, you're the 7. You're the greatest heroes in the world. Yeah, and right now we want our dick sucked. It's like,
yeah, and I'm bored of raping, basically. He's saying, I need to do some coercion here. I still haven't watched any.
You saw what?
Yeah,
That's a good show. I like the first season, but is it Carl Urban? Is that the butcher guy?
Yeah.
His accent is so thick it's distracting to me the whole time.
It's too much.
It's too much.
Dude,
Which character is that?
He's Taylor, how do you not know who the butcher is?
You're like a child that wanders into the middle of a movie, Taylor.
Oh, that guy. No, his accent. See, the reason it didn't
Batman. Who's the guy with like the costume, kind of gravelly voice?
Cowl.
I was thinking about with a really distracting accent. I didn't think that once in season 1 from him.
You haven't watched season 2?
It's too thick. It's too thick. It is annoying. It does take me out of it a little bit. It's too much. Yeah. Because, like, how long has he been in America where it hasn't softened up a little bit? He still sounds like he's in a fucking pub somewhere.
He doesn't even sound like that.
Schwarzenegger's accent has changed so much over the decades. It's so good now.
He sounds like he got here a week ago.
That's not fair.
That's totally true.
Doesn't he do that on purpose? Doesn't he take training, like accent training to keep it? Because it's part of his brand?
He does.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
He's taken classes for both. He took years and years of English classes, and now he has to try to maintain
They tell me to get rid of it, and then they say, no, stop, bring it back. I'm just living in hell in my mind. I don't know.
Yeah, The Boys is the best show on TV right now. I don't know what could be better.
I'm waiting for the whole season to get out, and then I think I'll blow through season 2.
There's 6 out now. They're about to hit 7 tonight-ish.
And I think it only does 8, right?
I'm not sure.
I think it does 8
for the whole season. That seems.
I wish it was more. But we mentioned this on PKN. They're doing a spin-off. So hopefully next year we start getting 2 seasons a year. I don't know.
That'd be cool. Hopefully they like counterbalance them, right? So that like you get one in the spring and one in the fall.
Isn't this way too early to make a spin-off series in the middle of season 2? Shouldn't they be pursuing making sure that show's as good as possible before they start foraying into?
So
man, we need content. We're going insane.
This is based
we need
on
content right now.
This is based on totally nothing. I didn't read this. I made it up myself. I bet a character dies, and then the spin-off involves that character. Like, maybe a prequel type thing. That's how I see it going.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe maybe we meet a character who like comes in and helps the boys, who's like from some like middling, like regional superhero group. And then, he's like they're like the mini 7 of Milwaukee or something like that.
There's an equivalent to the 7. So I guess the 7's the main one, but there's some people knocking on the door is almost the 7. The 7 is Justice League. There's another one that is the Avengers. And I have like the payoff or something. That's not right, but it's close. Mm-hmm. And they're the like Avengers parallel. So maybe it's about them.
That'd be cool.
I like it. I like shittier than the Justice League in the tier department. Wait, which one has Superman in it? Because Superman beats everyone.
The Justice League.
Superman, no. Taylor,
I think I have a pretty solid understanding. I'll have you know, I watched Iron Man. I watched Iron Man 1. I watched the first Avengers.
Marvel has like giant characters that eat galaxies to sustain themselves.
That sounds like scare propaganda from the Avengers. Keep people subservient to their superpowers. I don't care for them.
They go from like universe to universe, consuming galaxies and eating suns. And
I think he just eats planets, right?
What? That's a bad guy, and the Hulk's gonna beat him up.
Galacticus. He might just eat planets.
It's Galactus. Yeah, and the Silver Surfer is like his servant
Herald.
Yeah,
he's like a scout who goes out and makes sure that they're proper planets to eat or something like that.
Yeah, and he's just rolling around eting those planets up. But yeah, they beat him back a few times. I don't think they
didn't
ever
like the Silver Surfer. I remember my last memory with the Silver Surfer is going over to a friend's house and playing action figures, and I had this really cool looking Bane with like all the wires plugged into the back of his head, and he wanted to like play the lore of like, well, I'm playing the Silver Surfer and he can eat or he can fly 1,000,000 miles an hour. And so actually before you can even punch him, he's going to fly so fast at him that he'll disintegrate. And it was
Let me ask you a question.
Dude, Alex, you're a bitch and I don't want to play with you anymore.
Is this the same kid that laid the fat turds?
No, different kids.
Okay. You hung out with quite the crowd. You had your own little group of Avengers.
I was a weird kid. Like you
got a good memory.
I'm starting to learn that.
Yeah, I was an odd kid.
I don't know if I remember playing with action figures. Were you like 13, 14?
This is last year.
It's 3 days ago. It was Monday. I just remember always thinking like, this is so stupid. Like, look at how big Bane's arms are. Of course he can beat you up. Like, we can't play all these rules coming in. I did the same thing with a buddy of mine, Eric, who I wanted to play with his really expensive toy setup that he wasn't supposed to play with because his dad like collected them. And I got bullied. Well, a little bullied. Was like, come on, dude, we're gonna look at these toys. You never play with these toys, these GI Joes and these toy soldiers and everything.
Sissy hypnoed him, and then
he hypnoed him right into it. And then I remember like I was like picking all my pieces and setting up my army and everything cool. And he was like, "While you were picking all those, I went to my dad's other cabinet and got the Challenger space bomber, and so I'm going to fly above where your anti-air can even reach and blow up everything you have." And it was like, this isn't how games are played. Like
that kid's kind of that kid's kind of an asshole, huh?
I never went back to his house. That guy sucked.
Yeah. I don't think I'd want to play any action figure games with him. I didn't play with action figures after.
He was fucking weird, and I remember as we were playing, sitting down in his basement, and like his brother was just watching us play, being a little weird. And then just out of nowhere, we're playing, and his brother just sitting on the couch, just goes, they just threw up like two peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. As we're playing, we just hear, just look over, and my friend acted like, oh no, he just does that sometimes. So.
See, I didn't grow up with brothers, so I didn't get that. I didn't get to play any games like that and do stuff like that unless I had a friend over or something. Yeah, I never got that stuff. So most of the games and stuff I did, I had to find stuff that I could do by myself. So I was in, video games or like play some make believe where you're like the ship commander and you've got all your house's electronics just pushing fucking buttons on a VCR like you're fucking flying a spaceship. It was rough. That's why I got into guns. There wasn't much else to do. I went to
Did you ever do that when you were a kid where your parents were like, all right, outside time. And you're just like, all right, I'm just going to kind of walk into the woods. What can I imagine? What am I? Oh, I'll be Aragorn. Or, I'll be, and you just make up a story.
Nah, that's super lame.
What? No, you didn't play pretend. You had a vivid imagination. I have a vivid imagination.
Taylor, so you were just kicked outside and meant to go play.
All the time. Yeah, it would be like, all right, outside time. And I'd stand there with my brother and be like,
somehow
we get airsoft, we get to go in the woods.
Disappeared after I became a parent. We've never been able to just be like, all right, kids, get out.
It wouldn't let us come back in until it was dark.
Oh, straight up. Yeah, Taylor, I had those same rules. Yeah, it was like, there's no way you're watching TV on Saturday morning.
I tried to pop back in at like 4 to be like, oh, I'm going to grab a soda. They'd be like, you thought we wouldn't be in the kitchen and you're going to try and watch TV. And it's like, bitch. Back outside I go.
Yeah, we have never just told our kids to go outside and not come back. It would have made parenting easy.
I imagine. That's why they did it.
I went to this one guy's house once who had a brother. He actually had a younger brother and an older brother. And that had shaped them into different kinds of human beings than I was used to. Like we went down to their basement, and their basement was like a big playroom. There was a big pool table in the middle of the room, and there were just toys scattered everywhere, just of every kind, everything from like He-Man swords to Legos. And I guess I'm maybe 11 or 12, something like that. Formative years. And we were going to play with some toys, and then all of a sudden the lights flipped off and it's completely dark. And I'm kind of, I've never been in this room before. So I'm just like, hey, where'd you guys go? And I just hear and shuffling of feet, like, and I'm just like, and now I'm afraid. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I am in a basement. This is kind of scary. And I'm barefooted and I'm fucking stepping on Legos and shit, like trying to get toward the door, trying to get out. This is a game they play. It's called Blackout Mode or some shit, where they arm themselves and then cosplay as fucking Ninja Turtles or He-Man or whatever is like a Power Ranger, and they just beat the fucking shit out of each other in the dark. They come across the back of my knees with a He-Man sword and take me down.
See, that's fun. That's good old-fashioned fun.
It was terrifying.
I did.
Yeah, I'm like you,
I
Kyle.
never got in big fist fights with my brothers or anything. Like, part of it is because I was always so much bigger, it just wasn't an option.
Yeah.
But
that's not how that works. As a younger brother, I can tell you it doesn't.
That was like, actually, I did have 4 brothers before the accident.
So I will say the only times I gave my brother a concussion, it was on accident. It was never malicious. But I was at a friend's house once, and like, I thought the whole like brothers beating the shit out of each other was more of a meme where it's like, yeah, you'll get in a tussle where like you're wrestling, you're fucking around, but once they're on the ground, you're not just going to start laying hammers into their face. And I guess this guy, this must have been middle school. I went over to his house the first time, and I think he had that. And it was like, when someone invited you to their house a lot and you didn't really want to hang out with them that much, and eventually you do, and they're in like impress this person mode. Like, sure. And so It was like that. And he was like from Southern Arkansas or something. And so he was, his name was Josh. His brother was Jared or something. And he was like, Jared, where's the other N64 controller? I got one. Yeah, where's yours? Taylor needs another. We're playing Mario Kart. It's like, I ain't giving you that fucking controller. You broke the nub off mine last time I let you use it. Jared, you bring that fucking control. And I was at this point, I'm like, whoa. Like, there's parents in the house. You can't say that. You bring that fucking controller down, or I'm going to come get it up there. And I was like, we can go outside or something. It's like, no, we're playing Mario Kart. I just got it. We're playing. And so he goes up there. He's like, follow me. We're getting that controller. We go up there. And I thought it was going to be like hey, I got it. Fuck you. Like that kind of thing. He went in there and his brother had the controller like sitting on it in like defensive, we've done this before posture. And then they got in a honest to God fist fight in front of me, beating the shit out of each other. And the one guy ends it by, because he wrestled, he was on the wrestling team with me. He's got his younger brother's arm in like the bent behind his back, but in the raised bent behind his back, like he could break it out of the elbow anytime. He's like, you gonna hold that on that controller anymore? You gonna give my friends controllers when they come over? And it was like, I don't even want to play Mario Kart anymore.
I'm gonna have to lose to this guy.
That guy was a lunatic. An absolute lunatic. I remember because I wrestled with him in the same weight. We didn't have enough wrestlers in middle school. He was at 125 pounder. I was a 135 pounder, and there was nowhere else for this other guy to go. We had a 160 pounder with us. 160, 165. And this little guy, Josh, was so much better than both of us. Thank God he liked me. There were times where I thought he was going to do that same thing and break my arm, but he absolutely bullied the shit out of this other kid and tried to include me in it. And this other kid, I'll add, was the kid I was always nice as fuck to, because I knew if someone was going to show up with an AR one day, it might have been this gentleman, and I wanted to be safe.
You wanted to go to the green list.
Yeah, I wanted to make the green list, and I always imagined, oh, Taylor, don't come to school tomorrow, like that kind of thing from him.
Yeah.
Because
would you tell, or would you just not show up?
I would absolutely tell. I wouldn't show up, and I would tell.
Oh, come on.
If someone told you they're going to shoot up your school, you wouldn't tell.
Well, what if they didn't shoot it up? What if they chickened out? And you look like such a jerk.
Yeah, man.
Having told everybody.
He's showing you favor, right? He's recognizing that you're a chill dude. And you're just going to immediately go turn that on its head and rat him out.
He's way cooler to you than you are to him.
Yeah.
What if it's
you're
a
bad
test?
Friend?
What if he's testing you to see if you belong on the list?
You're a bad friend.
You know what? You're right. The first threat, I'll play along.
Yeah.
yeah. Do that.
I got a sister, so I grew up in a world without violence. But I think there's 9 boy cousins on my Mexican side. I remember when, I think we were like 10 through probably 17. And we were all hanging out at a family reunion. We were all hanging out at my parents' house, and we found 2 pairs of boxing gloves in the garage. I don't know why my parents had them. They should have locked them up like fire extinguishers when all of us were around. But it was, we put them on and decided to do some amateur boxing in the garage, even though there was like 2 years between all of us. One of the sets was these comically large 16-ounce gloves, and the other ones were like these little 8-ounce gloves.
Yeah.
So bigger kids, when we were we weren't working on our smarts, said that we were, kind of cobbling together smarts, but we thought that because the bigger kids were stronger, that they should have the smaller gloves, and the little kids, because they were lacking in power, should have the big gloves. That
it works like a video game, like buffs.
Yeah. So it was, the first fight was like my oldest cousin and his brother, and it was a really savage beatdown that I still remember. Those whipping those spider arms with 8-ounce gloves down on his little brother, punishing him with the impunity of, well, we both agreed to this, so it's totally fine. That didn't last long. That was a day.
I lived in Ocean City, so I was probably about 14 or so, and I made a friend who was strong. Right, he hit puberty and just fucking hulked out, even though he was 14, and he was my friend. I, on the other hand, looked 11. So he came over, and my brother was like, just being an older brother, like low grade bullying or whatever.
How much older is he than you?
2 years.
Okay.
And my friend is like, what? Oh, no, that's not how this goes. And my friend is more than happy to engage with my older brother. Even though he's 2 years older, he's like, I'm your Huckleberry. So we end up like 2v1ing my brother. We hold him down. We're giving him cherry belly.
Cherry belly.
Oh, yeah.
Pink bellies.
My brother had a bit of a weight problem. So it was like, just like rocking his
Wait,
belly.
but tell me, Woody, the whole time you were slapping, were you chanting pink belly, pink belly, pink?
It's cherry belly in my area, but okay. Yeah, and just all sorts of like, just like bullying. Like we didn't hurt him, but I got to win. So my
you
parents,
heard him. He thinks about this every night before bed.
Oh, well, to hang in there. So my parents are like, Woody, we don't like that you guys did this. And I'm like, what? What? I've been losing fights for 14 years. You didn't think shit about that. What the fuck? I finally win a fight and now we have rules? No, that's not how this goes. And they're like, touche.
Kick their ass.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, I guess we let him kick your ass for 14 years. You win. Fair is fair.
It panned out.
Yeah. So
that man hears cherry. If he hears cherry belly tonight, he's gonna fucking flinch,
dude. I don't know. You fuck with the same guy for decades. You deserve it.
How about another
That's
joke?
what every school shooter says.
That's what every school shooter says. What do you get when you take a socially distant loner and put him in a society that abandons him? This is what. then he.
Is this from the Joker? It sounds like
Yeah.
Another great movie. I need to rewatch that again. Really.
Do you
good.
get along better with younger siblings, Woody? With your shared trauma?
I only have an older brother. Did that answer your question?
No, like other people who are the younger one. Do you get along with them?
Well, no, maybe. My wife's the youngest.
There you go. Yeah.
That
Whenever I meet an older sibling, I'm like, yeah, fuck them, right? Fuck the little ones. Yeah, totally. All right.
Fuck the ones. Yeah.
They fucking don't. They bitch all the time. They bitch all the fucking time.
Yeah.
They don't understand how much trail had to be blazed by
You
us.
pinned them down
Exactly.
for 14 years and abused them, and now they're like, stop it.
I remember just the amount of shit my brothers would get away with that never would have flied when I was their age. I remember my youngest brother was in 4th grade. He's 7 years younger than me. And he was going to some school, and maybe halfway through the school year, my mom was like, this school fucking sucks. We're taking him out. And my dad's like, what do you mean we're taking him out? Like, just leave him in there until the next school year and we'll switch the schools. And she was like, nope, I'm going to homeschool him for the rest of the year. We're taking him out. And he was so young at the time, but he still had the cognition to be like, this is a fucking dope deal for me. And he knew that she would be too busy with other stuff or just not wanting to teach. And so she would give him things like, she told him, hey, you need to read Tom Sawyer and write a book report on it. And I remember going down there one day, and she would give inordinately long amounts of time because she didn't want to teach him to do these projects. She'd be like, you got a month, read Tom Sawyer and write a book report. And I remember going down there once and seeing him and opening it up and seeing him looking back at me, hoping it wasn't his mom or dad as he's playing with his Legos. And he's like,
Jesus,
Taylor, I got to be honest with you. I haven't read any of Tom Sawyer. I've been playing with Legos for 8 weeks.
Your brother's
And I was
awesome.
like, you know what that means, of course. I need you to go get me a soda. And so for the longest time, like months and months after that, even when he was back in regular school, he spark noted and wrote something. And I don't even think my mom read the book to see if he did. And so anytime we wanted something from him, he was at the age where he thought even 2 years later when he was 10 or whatever, he still thought that was a huge deal. So it'd be like, just code word. We'd say, get this for me. No, screw you. Tom Sawyer. And then he would go and do it for years.
See, I misunderstood. I thought when you told him to go get you a soda, you were sitting down to write him a book report because you're a good brother.
No, I was saying go get me a soda or I'm going to tell mom and dad that you've been faking reading this whole thing.
I thought you were like, I read it 3 years ago. Go get me a soda. I'll start to work. No, you're just immediately segueing to blackmail.
Yeah, and it worked. I got a lot of sodas and snacks.
That's older sibling vibe right there. I knew right away, Taylor. Oh yeah. You got him. You got him right where you want him.
He's fucking dead to rights.
You're done, kid.
Yeah. He'll even look back now and be like, do you guys remember when you just made me do chores for you for years because of Tom Sawyer? I was like, yeah, you should have just read the fucking book, dude.
Jackie's sisters, she was the youngest of 3. And they always did nice things for each other. You know, if you wanted, one would just be like, hey, will you make me a tea? And they're like, yeah, sure, I can do that. 30 years later, I'm still on that train. I could ask her for a coffee right now. She does it. It's just the culture in their family. It's nice.
What nice people.
Nice. Yeah.
How odd.
How odd. Oh, Kyle, you are so calculated. Like you wouldn't have done exactly what I did.
It would depend if I'd read Tom Sawyer before. It seems like it's going to be more conducive to like a good living environment if I write the book report for him, which would be easy for me. And then he would just do things for me because I wrote him a book report.
And you have stronger blackmail. He eventually wrote his own book report, right?
No, he like lifted from SparkNotes.
Jesus Christ!
Like just straight up.
So homeschooling didn't go so well, huh?
No, he went back to school the next year, and this is the same brother who he was like he actively didn't want to do well in grade school. It'd be like 3rd, 4th grade, and it'd be like, you're about to fail 4th grade. Like, how? And he's like, I'm just not doing any of the homework. And they're like, yeah, you're not doing it. Do you not know how to do it? He's like, no, I know how to do it. Like, but so you're just not doing it. Correct. Yeah.
That was me in high school.
They told him, like, yeah, he just was like, I don't fucking care, and would not do the schoolwork and would go in with like a folder full of undone work every day, throw it in front of the teacher that he hated, and be like, and like his punishment at one point for that, this was before he got pulled out of the school, was every day you come home from school, you go in your room and you read the Bible until dinner, and then you go to bed. And he had hundreds of dollars of Legos in his room. And once again, after like a month of that, of continued punishment, I would like walk in on accident or not knocking first, and just he would admit like, hey, Taylor, I haven't read even a page of the Bible. I don't know how mom and dad don't know what's going on, because every time they come in here, this like dope castle I'm building gets better and better.
Don't you think they do? Don't you think they go there, read the Bible, was code for get out of my hair?
I could just see like my dad getting home from a stressful day at work and just being like, I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to go enjoy my dinner and sit down with a glass of wine or something. But yeah, he got away with murder. That would have never flown for me. Like if I got like a B minus.
Try?
No.
Did you test them?
Never. Like I was always pretty good with school. I would get stressed out if I didn't have tasks completed. And so I would like go through my list and get stuff done. And then I would enjoy myself. I never understood how he could do that, how anyone could do that. Like in college, I had so many friends who ended up dropping out because they'd be like, yeah, it's Sunday night, just off a 3-day drinking bender, huge paper due in the morning, don't care, right, boys? And it's like, what's wrong with you? Like, you know how this isn't free. Like this is really expensive to be here, man. Like you're just throwing money in the toilet if you're not passing your classes. But anyway, that was good times. Everyone should have younger siblings. Or siblings. I feel bad for only children because they don't. They're just doing nothing.
When I was like 4, my little sister fell in the swimming pool and she was drowning, and I got my dad's attention and he saved her life. I've regretted that moment for almost 3 decades.
30
now.
years.
Yeah. 30 years later, if I could go back, if I could just have that one fucking Marty McFly moment where I could go back and fix things. That's the moment I'm going back to. And I find little Kyle and he's like, Daddy. And I'm just like,
grab the wrist. Kyle, why are you throwing flotation stones at your sister? Yeah, that. Yeah. And then you could have been an only child.
Yes. Oh, that would have been so much better.
Double the inheritance. Fucking everything.
She doesn't get anything.
Oh. Well, I'm not privy to your father's will.
I am.
It's good that he has a will. Yeah. Everyone should make a will because it's a pain in the ass for everyone around you if you die and you don't have a will.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. You should do that.
What about like a riddle will? Do you recommend that at all?
That's the funniest possible. I can't. Dude,
Wrong social security numbers and stuff like that.
No, it's just
A riddle wheel.
actual riddles.
He who casts 3 stones gets the
Yeah,
card.
I want to have
That
a
would-
push-up
that would be-
contest.
That would be the ultimate thing if you're like a billionaire with a will, just a fake puzzle. A fake puzzle that doesn't lead anywhere. That would be hilarious. The
I feel
ultimate
like you could do that with like $100. Like somebody's gonna want to do it, you know?
Fair.
Oh,
no
but
matter how-
dude, it's funnier if it's lower because you get dumber people to do it.
Yeah.
You know, for
We're on the right track
$15, you get some real fools to have working that hard. Dude, it's
This is giving
like
me some
30
ideas.
days from the election or so, and we've barely talked politics this year. The first debate happened. Dick, did you watch it?
Oh yeah. It was. You know what I want in a president? I just want a president who's gonna push around a senile old man, and that's exactly what I saw. Just dominate it. When Trump started laying into the moderator, that's when I remembered why I voted for him the first time. Like, yeah, you go after Chris. Fuck Chris Wallace, Trump. Lay in. Fuck, no one cares about Biden. Just go after him. It felt like gutting. Like I was full of cope the next day. It was just like such an embarrassing display. I don't know if Trump was prepared for Biden to just kind of outright lie and not have any idea what his own campaign was. I don't know. I don't know what was going on. Hillary was a lot funnier.
Yeah, I listened to some of it. I didn't listen to all of it. I did get through most of it. And I was going in being like, oh, this is going to be good. There's going to be some good content. And was pretty underwhelmed. It wasn't very good content. There were a couple very funny moments, but nothing even close to what we saw in 2016, I don't think.
So Trump came off alpha, which is kind of a good thing, but he also came off as like a blowhard asshole. And Biden came off beta, but he also was miles away from like the dementia-ridden in his gurney, blanket up to his chest, eating sweets, like dementia dude that they said he
eating
would be.
sweets.
Right? Yeah.
I couldn't believe that. Whatever they gave him, I don't know. They've got to double it next time because he came off as lucid, which was shocking.
You haven't been watching his speeches, which is understandable because they're super boring. But if you get past like the Twitter compilations, then he's pretty lucid actually. But so watching it, I thought I gave the slight edge to Trump, and then as the news cycle digested it, it's all about what an asshole Trump is. It's mostly his failure to denounce like white supremacy very well. And then the next day he also fails to denounce white supremacy very well. And him interrupting 128 times or something like that.
Yeah.
That's like,
how are you
tell
on
me
the
about
white supremacy, Woody?
So tell me about I'm with you. I want to talk about the Proud Boys because everyone keeps saying.
What do they believe? What's their thing?
Yeah,
don't jerk off.
Don't jerk off.
Yeah. You're allowed to jerk off once a month.
Wait, this is an anti-jerking off movement?
No, it's not.
How are you talking about this?
No, so it seems to me after a very scant bit of reading that they're not a white supremacy organization, but they are sort of a traditional conservative value organization that likes to punch people.
Revolving around beating off.
I read something about how they believe that that women shouldn't be shamed into the workplace and that families work better if there is a mother at home looking after the children.
White supremacy.
And I want to pull up a picture of the guy who runs the Proud Boys.
Yeah, he's not white.
Because he's very white.
Because he's very much not white.
Isn't he a Hispanic guy?
He's like half African, half Hispanic or something.
The ultimate white supremacist. They'll never suspect it.
Yeah.
It is crazy that traditional values and white supremacy are synonymous, right? That's okay. I mean, everybody's on the same page there, right? They're not talking about actual white supremacy. They're just talking about like traditional values, male-centric world, like chauvinism.
Look at that white supremacist.
Wait, is this really the Proud Boys leader?
It is.
Yeah.
Here, I'll
And
show
they're
it.
saying they're a white supremacist. This guy's black.
So I guess they're white nationalists or something like that. I get
How
them
would they
a
be
little
white
mixed
nationalists?
up.
He's black.
Well, you can also find like, women against women's suffrage too. That doesn't mean that it's a pro-woman group.
They said that there are more there's more multiracial leadership in the Proud Boys than in the Democratic Party.
That's not surprising, but like, yeah, I mean, this guy's fucking black, dude. Like,
wait, Woody? Do you think the Proud Boys is a white supremacy group in any way? Like that they're for white people or white stuff? I don't know how to.
I feel like I don't know them that well. I don't know them that well.
No.
I read that the FBI had like briefly classified them as some sort of white nationalist hate group, and then they said no, they're not a white nationalist hate group. They just have white nationalist haters in the group, but the whole group isn't about that.
What group doesn't? I mean, you wouldn't want us labeled as white nationalist hate group, but there's certainly a couple of white nationalists in the group.
You had Boogie2988 on, and didn't you?
1488.
There you go.
that's true. We've had him on a number of times.
Although you can't judge him because of the hypnotism that he's been subjected to.
Dude, that would, oh my God, that would be the funniest defense. Claiming that he was under Frank's hypnotic rule as he fired that.
That's great.
This serious psychic was threatening me with mental control, and when he arrived, there was a force pulling me to the door. I willed with every ounce of my being to roll back, but I couldn't. I had to come through the door.
Can I just say that threatening someone with sissy hypno might be the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That is honestly fucking hilarious.
See?
And honestly, the name Dr. Don Wario, that's pretty fucking funny.
That's what started all this.
Because I watched a little bit of the clip on his channel where he's just like accosting some old man at a grocery store, being like, "I'm Dr. Don Wario. You haven't been taking your pills." And the guy's like, "Get away from me. Stop bothering me." And the employees are coming up and he's like, "Don't listen to this man. He's crazy. He hasn't taken his prescribed pills. My name's Dr. Don Wario, and he's supposed to be transitioning into a woman. Sir, take your pills. Take your state mandated pill." Like just yelling at him.
Boogie said, telling me he's going to hog tie and rape and kill me doesn't seem funny to me. I'm like, the rape part didn't seem funny to you, Boogie? Come on.
Wait, he said, "I'm going to hog tie you"?
The very idea that Boogie's flexible enough to be hog-tied.
Hog-tied.
Some extension carabiners in there.
Boogie's looking better and better. Like,
He did.
take it
when
as a
he came to the
compliment.
door,
He looks
did
better
not
than
look
he once
really
did, because but although he did weigh more than a quarter of a ton.
I'm just
previously.
saying, people clearly want to have forced sex with him, and that never happened before. I think it's
Actually, not according to court records. Oh man,
No,
God.
the angle
That
I
was the grossest thing that I'd ever heard on PKA, by the way.
Which one?
And that is quite the fucking statement, right? Like we've gone down some gross fucking
I watched a guy
corridors.
fuck a chicken on this show.
You yourself have directly linked me dozens of beheadings.
So many beheadings, so much poop chomping. Remember the poop chomper?
Oh,
The guy wearing
bestiality
the
is the
goggles.
one that burns me. Yeah,
He's wearing the goggles and he's just underneath the lady's butthole. And she must have a very high fiber diet because she's just feeding it to him.
Oh.
And he has this look of pure pleasure on his face. Like he's like a kid in the movies who gets their head under the soft serve ice cream machine and they're just like checking to make sure the coast is clear. And then, oh yeah, chocolate and vanilla at the same time, as much as I can take.
Yeah,
but it's poop, not soft serve. So he's just.
Wait, what were you saying about Boogie?
I'm saying that story he told us about that girl that I don't remember if he paid her or what he did to her to make her be there, but having her pop the pimples on his back and talking about the pus and how she liked the pus.
Oh God.
And all that stuff.
It
was just too real for me. It got too real in that moment for me. I
don't even like remembering it.
I don't like remembering it either. But it comes to me every night and in the late hours.
What causes Boogie to have back knee, I wonder?
It's probably sweaty.
I mean, I hate to be mean, but it's when you don't wash well oftentimes and the pores get clogged. You know, it's a lot of real estate back there.
So you can't reach it, you know. Probably.
Also, he's clearly very high T.
True.
Yeah, I don't even think sissy hypno would work on a man like him.
No, it wouldn't.
It would be a fruitless endeavor.
It would probably just rebound off of him and go back at Frank, and he would himself become sissy hypno.
It would make Boogie the bull. It would be bull hypno on him. They'd be trying to, right? Yeah, he would look at the Dom role and adopt that one.
That's what he should see. That's what Boogie should have done. If he'd fully embraced this, if he'd said that, he's like, I'm too much of a man to be sissy hypno. Others have tried it, and you'll fail where they did, my friend. It's going to rebound upon you.
That would be
that is the right move. Hindsight's 2020.
What if he showed up and instead of a gun, Boogie walked out with a quadruple XL like ballerina outfit, like a sissy outfit, and he starts forcibly dressing Frank in it. Like what if he'd had a couple of big old boys? What if he'd had like 3 Jeremys there to like get in a tussle with Frank and wrestle him to the ground and start applying sissy makeup to Frank?
Dude, the ultimate way to turn this around would have been for Boogie to open the door with no gun, immediately charge Frank, and start tearing his pants off. Saying,
rape him first.
I'm going to suck your cock, saying it in a robotic voice. And then Frank, who doesn't want his dick sucked by Boogie, is going to be the one trying to escape. This is high IQ.
Frank strikes me as the kind of man who fully commits.
Yeah.
If that means busting a load on Boogie, he's going to do it. I 100%.
No, Your Honor, would this man employ the sissy hypnosis defense for firing the gun when in fact he had sucked Mr. FrankHassle to completion not 2 minutes prior?
It would be hilarious if Boogie and FrankHassle started playing gay chicken, and then all of a sudden they're like getting married and adopting children, like each one of them not backing down. I like that.
Yeah, I do. How about that?
I guess we better go get a marriage license then, huh?
We gotta get registered.
I guess both of us better find a fucking caterer, huh? yeah, I bet you will, bitch. You're such a fucking bitch. You won't pick out a caterer. You picked out a caterer. Okay.
Yeah, but you're gonna hate this. I like salmon. Me too. Me too. You like salmon? Not many people do. Yeah. Actually, I love it. Really? Huh?
Yeah, we're gonna have the kind of wedding where people have to choose between fish or eggplant. No chicken, no beef. How you like that? That would be enough for Boogie off.
Yeah, I would have loved that, but instead he came out wielding a 44 revolver. And
I'm gonna take a warning shot in 30 seconds.
And fired it wildly into the air. I love that. He's like, I'm gonna give you a warning shot in 30 seconds. Fuck you, pussy. Do it right now. I need 30 seconds. Bang.
And he's even saying it like an unhinged lunatic where he's like, fire it now. Open fire. Like it is. I feel like I would never want that visited upon me. Like what Boogie's dealing with here. That's fucked up and that's awful. You shouldn't show up at someone's house.
Taylor, but I keep going back. Well, I agreed with you before Dick came on tonight because Dick gave me so much more information. The fact that Boogie invited this, literally. Now I realize it wasn't.
I understand.
I realize it would be like, yeah, fuck you, come get me. But if I said it once, you might understand. But if I spend like 10 minutes being like, no, fuck you, come get me. You know where I live. Fucking come here. Fucking come at me, bro. You think I'm a sissy? You think your hypnotism will work on me? I've been trained to resist it. Bring it. At some point,
Dick, is that an accurate?
Take your best shot.
Dick.
Go listen to it. Seriously,
we're kind of busy right now.
Oh no.
You will hear the I hate this, don't do this, but every single time it's like also laced with I'm gonna fucking kill you and do it, I dare you, do it. Like if you saw 2 guys rubbing their nipples together outside of a bar doing this routine, and then one of them got socked and goes, call the police, somebody call the police, that guy hit me, you'd go like, you shut the fuck up, you were there the whole time asking for it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm before the show, I was definitely 1,000% on the Boogie side of this thing. But if I'm hearing that, like he kept,
what I'm hearing is Dick's not telling it down the middle, right? In this last time around, he's like, "Hey, you're also going to hear Boogie say, I wish this wouldn't happen. I wish that you would go away." Right?
Yeah.
There were some fighting words in there mixed with a whole lot of, I seriously don't want to fight. Like
yeah, that's accurate. I think that is I don't think you can mix them. Once you start in with the "you're a pussy if you don't show up at my house" and knock on the door, and then the guy knocks on your door, it's like, well, I mean, you were kind of asked him to do that, bud. Don't open the door.
He says, "You know where I live, Frank. I'm waiting. I'm locked and loaded."
Kyle, I'm sorry, Dick, is this little recap video I linked here?
Is that going to have the podcast that we're talking about?
No. It doesn't have the Keemstar stuff. This is the one that FrankHassle posted.
That's FrankHassle's video. Yeah, it's a little disjointed.
It's disjointed.
You know what the worst part of
so
I'm just scanning through this a bit. Apparently, there's a lot of other footage of Woody wildly brandishing the gun, making crazy eyes. That I'm sure he did.
Woody doing it.
No, Boogie.
Sorry, Boogie.
Okay.
There's a lot of other footage in this video of Boogie brandishing the gun wildly with insano eyes indoors that I'm 99% sure is like taken from some sort of YouTube skit he did. Not a good idea to do skits with your future murder weapon, I think maybe. Like it's the same gun. It's the same gun. And he's like in a house, like waving it around, looking crazy eyes. And then they just edit that in with the footage of him on his step, pointing the gun at Frank with his finger right on the trigger, by the way. Frank is an idiot because Boogie is this close away from fucking killing him. And Frank doesn't realize it. He thinks Boogie's afraid. Boogie is afraid. And he's going to kill you if you push him just a little bit further. He's this close to killing that man.
Boogie, I think he has suicidal thoughts. You know what? As I'm just thinking about this, it just occurred to me. Boogie's really prone to self-harm, right? Boogie makes decisions on his live streams at his YouTube channel with it. Like, he self-sabotages all the time. You know, why does he jump on a bed in the back of his live stream and start humping a stuffed animal or something? It's some way to say that I would never hire a prostitute or no one would ever want to fuck me. I forget what warped explanation he had, but he does shit that he knows is going to have negative ramifications on him. Is this just one more in a long chain of events where Boogie hurts himself in weird ways?
I agree with you. Because that's exactly the feeling that I had when he was asking me what he should do. And I'm like, man, you're being a complete lunatic. Like, this guy's talking about sissy hypnotizing you.
Right.
Just don't open the door. Like, don't break any laws, but definitely don't pull a gun out.
Call the police. You can have a gun and sit on your living room couch and feel safe while the police come.
Yep.
Yeah. I had the same feeling as you, that it was just like, this is another dumb self-harm decision that you're making right now.
But he needs to see a therapist.
I'm sure he has.
Well, the worst part is we were going to do a show. Boogie and me were supposed to do a podcast together.
Oh, you guys are starting a podcast? What will you call it?
We were going to reboot The Biggest Problem Show on September 11th. But he backed out at the last minute because, quote, he doesn't want to be involved with that side of the internet anymore. I'm like, okay, well, you got a hell of a way to.
Wait, you got a hell of a way. Going to do a regular podcast on his schedule?
Yeah, once a month. We were going to do the exact same Biggest Problem format where we both brought in a problem and then argued if it was better or not. And this whole FrankHassle thing scared him off. He said he didn't want to be part of it anymore. And then he lays into Frank on Keemstar and starts pulling out guns and doing some yard pops. At least he'd have something to sell if we'd have done the show. But no luck.
Jesus Christ.
Boogie, he needs help. He needs mental help, professional help. He keeps self-sabotaging. He keeps doing these like events that give people ammunition against him, and I don't like when people victim blame, right? Like everyone's picking on him. So what are you doing to encourage people to pick on you? But in some cases, it's like it's the internet. I'm not going to be able to change the internet. We can only change you.
Yeah.
I don't get the hate that he gets. Like, everybody really seems to, or a lot of people really seem to just dislike him viscerally, and they're not able to put into words why they hate him. It's weird. You don't see that a lot, but when you do, like when you see so many people just mindlessly hate somebody and not really be able to explain why. It's weird. It's weird to me.
I
like him.
He went from this swing of, the nicest person that could ever exist, right, to more of a regular person, and they consider that to be like, I don't know, this
blasphemy.
I don't know, this awful turn. Like, oh my God, he said that he would never shoot another person. He'd sooner shoot himself, and then if he were being mugged, than to shoot the mugger, right? Now that's probably untrue.
They were just wildly underestimating how suicidal he was. That was not an anti-gun stance.
Yeah. I think that it's not that I don't understand the fussing people have at all. I just think it doesn't fit the crime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speed of the crime, he definitely committed one.
Right.
Like reckless. I don't know. It was probably some local ordinance or reckless use of a firearm or brandishing or something. I don't know. It'll depend. It'll depend if they want to actually do anything to him. They may do nothing, or they may do something. We'll see. Probably nothing.
Hopefully nothing.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
he doesn't need any more trouble.
Yeah, but I want to see stuff happen.
No, hopefully it all just blows over.
How about if you want to see stuff happen, maybe FrankHassle does it to someone else and he gets punched. That's the kind of internet drama that I think I'd enjoy.
Just punched.
Repeat ground and pound. Is that okay? Can you work with me?
No.
It's got
Brock Lesnar, you're a pussy, and I'm gonna sissy hypno you.
Can a sissy? I swear to God, that's one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
That is an incredibly funny threat.
That's incredibly funny. Like, how can you not? Like, if you threatened me with sissy hypnotism, Taylor, like even if I was pissed at you before and I was like legitimately angry, I just like, wait, what? All right, it's funny. All right, it's funny. Please don't.
They come to your house with what, like a watch clock, a timepiece, and swing it in front of your eyes, or however hypnosis works,
and a bunch of sex toys,
and maybe some outfits. Yeah,
I just swing in a string of anal beads right in front of you.
Trump should have threatened Chris Wallace with that at the debate. I think it would have gone better.
Chris? You say you interrupt me one more time when I'm trying to get my point across. I'm going to sissy hypnotize you. You'll be sucking my cock up here. How's that sound?
Do you think Joe Rogan would have made a better moderator than Chris Wallace?
Oh, a million times better.
It would have been interesting to see Joe Rogan try to rein Don in, right? Like Chris Wallace tried. Let's not act like they were both interrupting, right? One guy was the problem, and that was Trump. Could Joe have been like, Don, what are you doing here? Like, why do you keep doing this? You got to let him talk too. And then would he just roll over? I don't know. Like, how do you get Trump?
Trump doing a ton of interrupting, trying to throw Biden off his game. Try and throw him off his game, obviously. But I also saw Chris Wallace interrupting, like jumping in on behalf of Biden more than Trump. Like, I think that was known. That was another. You talked about the number of times Trump interrupted, which was definitely more than Biden. Chris Wallace interrupted Trump quite a bit more than he interrupted Biden.
He would tell Trump it's not his turn to talk, right? The format was you go for 2 minutes, you go for 2 minutes, and then they both go. While Biden's trying to talk, Trump is interrupting him. That's when Chris Wallace would be like, you agreed to these rules. Now they're trying to come up with new debate rules, and Trump won't change them. Trump feels like he really crushed it in those debates, and he wants to do it again.
Are they doing?
Do you guys like those debates? Do you guys like that rule? I personally hate it. Like 2 minutes, you get so much information across to let another guy like respond to all of it. It just seems like people can't keep track of all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, they can't keep track of it, and it'll be shit like, all right, President Trump or Vice President Biden, it's your turn to respond to climate change. And they'll be like, and another thing, still on the economy, that XYZ ABC 1 2 3. Fuck you. And it's like, oh, so we're just like, there's it's not an actual debate.
Just let them go for like 4 hours.
I don't even think they should have a fucking moderator. Just put them up there, and that's an defined amount of time. And it's like, Trump, Biden, you're just going to fucking fight. Or Trump, Hillary, whoever it is, no moderator.
That is a terrible idea. That would be even worse than what we had last time.
Way better.
It's close to what we had, and it was terrible. It was just one guy yelling over the other the whole time.
No, they need to be in soundproof booths with timers, and they literally turn off their microphone like whenever their time is up. And it's like, all right, now we're gonna go to President Trump for his rebuttal.
And the loser of the debate, once again reminding you, this is brought to you by Nickelodeon, will be slimed.
That's great.
Dude, you don't think Trump would agree to get slimed? He absolutely
I'll absolutely be slimed.
If they asked the two candidates, like, all right, we've got this new debate style, loser gets slimed.
Biden will hide your piss stains. Agree.
Trump would totally worry about his hair. There's no way.
We're gonna have a studio audience.
He's too vain.
They're gonna.
This is a $70,000 haircut. I'm not sure if you read the news. I'm not going to bother this with it.
They talked about the ability to cut off mics for the next time around. I think that's bad. They should just not be on when it's not their turn, right? I don't want someone to make a decision to cut off mics and have bias and like, you know what? I think that Taylor's the bigger problem here, so I'm cutting his mic off. And then everyone who's a Taylor fan says Woody's biased against him. No. If the rule is 2 minutes, both talk, it should be his mic, then both mics. No
Trump will
debate.
speak loudly enough so that we hear him through Biden's mic.
But would it work? I think he'd look like an ass. I had that same thought. I don't think it.
What if he takes Biden's mic?
Now that would be. I don't know. That'd be awesome.
What if he saunters over there and just wasn't finished yet?
Woody, do you not want the president to be an asshole?
Right. Yeah, I don't think it's worked.
No, you don't like that?
No, we want someone who's a bit of an
doesn't have any allies.
Doesn't have any allies in the United States.
Yes, that would be fantastic. No allies in the government at all.
And not being, well, we can get into the ally discussion, but yeah, we have tons of allies.
Like North Korea and Russia are our new allies, and European Union, which used to be our allies, are kind of leaving us.
Not the European Union is leaving us. Aren't they pretty much entirely contingent on us?
Yes.
Isn't every country just addicted to our money?
They still have to deal with us. We're the United States.
Everyone has to deal with us to some extent, but there's a difference between, allies and people who have to deal with us.
Yeah.
If they're so fickle that they're going to turn their backs on us because the president rubs them wrong, then do we really want them to be our allies?
Every single allegiance we have to any other nation should have a direct and positive benefit to our country. That's the way it should be.
Yeah,
that's how all my relationships work.
These long-standing alliances with people from 200 years ago, where we'll agree to still get involved in a war on their behalf, it's not good.
It's what keeps peace.
Or it's what creates global wars.
For example,
World War I,
World War II, the chain of alliances that led one thing, which could have been a regional conflict, into becoming a global.
I think that's how World War II went down. That if we hadn't jumped in that war, that if the other companies hadn't jumped in that war, going back 100 years now, but
that's true. But World War I directly led to World War II.
So in World War II, you think that if other countries hadn't gotten involved, the Germans would have been like, you know what, this is enough countries. We're cool. We'll stop here.
Wait, do you think Germany actually wanted to conquer the whole world?
I don't think they were done yet.
I
think it was those alliances that made Germany lose.
In part, you're right. The U.S. and Russia getting together.
Another reason why they're a bad idea, Woody.
Touche. Yeah, you got me.
That was it was going right here the whole time. Kyle grabbed take out of the air. That's funny.
I thought you were speaking pro.
Right
for this point, I thought you were saying
the common misconception Kyle and I have in this. Right?
Christ, what kind of proud boy are you? You don't know
right. You're right.
History.
You got me.
Hey, all of you know I haven't beaten off in a long time. I'm the proudest of boys.
Does that have anything to do with being a proud boy? Do they have some sort of anti-masturbation?
There used to be a no masturbation rule, and they backed it. They lowered it to just once a month.
They couldn't even stick with their own no beating off rule.
It's once a month now. Once a month you can beat off.
You gotta let the steam off sometime. Good God.
Unless you're with a woman and you get permission from her, or unless you're either with her or you get permission from her, because they started it to get their buddy laid. Yeah, they started it to get their buddy laid, and then they realized that he's like a masturbation addict, so he doesn't have any drive to be with a woman or please a woman. So they said that's it, only once a month or something, only once whatever, unless you get permission. And these guys swear by it because they're horny now and they want to go fuck chicks instead of just getting drunk and playing video games.
All right.
It's built all around that. It's like their own religion. No masturbating.
How do you become one? How we
just stop masturbating? There you go.
You're muted.
Who is?
Sorry,
Taylor's.
I was saying that I found an article I just linked from a couple of years ago. New Proud Boy rules: less fighting, less wanking. And it's like two guys looking very serious at the camera.
That guy on the left.
Do you think that we're going to beat off? Nice try.
That guy on the left was on Joe Rogan.
He's the founder of Proud Boy.
Yeah, Alex McInnes. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of clips of him just saying some outlandish shit. It's like a whole montage of him talking about choking and punching people.
I saw something. I saw
Gavin
another clip
McInnes
from him. He on the show shoved a dildo up his own ass.
Yeah, he shoved a butt plug in his ass to own the libs. I'm not sure.
How does that dovetail with not beating off?
I don't know.
That seems like maybe he was cheating in a way.
Right?
You know?
What if he hadn't beat off enough and now he's just coming up with weird ways around it?
Weird ways to get off.
like, you know what?
No, I'm just doing a funny bit.
There's no rules against prostate massage and spontaneous orgasm. I hardly touched it.
Wait, this guy put a butt plug in on the air, on camera?
On camera to own the libs.
Not showing his asshole, but like he was like bending over in a way showing his front.
I think he had a sport jacket and a tie on.
Yeah, like a sport jacket and a tie. Like a guy who does it often enough that attire was no... he
knew what he was doing. Yeah,
he wasn't being held back by those.
I don't know if it was a butt plug or if it was. I think it was a dildo, but who knows with how memes spread. But I'm gonna run with dildo because that's funnier.
I want to find that clip.
Dildo in.
I'm just gonna search Proud Boys.
It's Gavin McInnes. It's not Alex McInnes.
Hate group leader. Yeah. Using a dildo on himself to quote own the liberals and prove he wasn't homophobic. Oh. I actually like that.
I'm showing a picture to everybody.
That actually makes sense. All right.
Well, mission accomplished.
Oh, he looks like he's not enjoying it at all.
That's what he wants.
Because of the homophobia. That's why.
Oh wow, he just really dropped trowel there on the air. Oh goodness. I like his jeans though. What is this?
Just pictures.
I can't believe you guys haven't seen that before.
Oh, I have. Come on, Dick.
Look at that look on his face. I love the facial hair. He looks like a fucking Mythbuster or something like that. He doesn't look like he leads a hate group.
He left the Proud Boys because it's hard to know what the scoop is, but he started the Proud Boys and it changed into this sort of white nationalist hate group. And he's like, fuck it, guys, I'm out. That's not what I was about. It was always supposed to be funny and fun. And I don't like what you are anymore. So he's not associated with it. I guess he left it.
Really?
Does that sound right?
James Fields, I think, in Charlottesville, the Proud Boys were there. And that guy, James Fields, was in his car. The mob surrounded him and he gunned it and killed one of them.
Actually, she had a heart attack. I always like to make that clear.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. It's something that you see like all the time now that the riots.
Woody doesn't think she had a heart attack.
Are we talking about Charlottesville? Because I was multitasking.
Yeah, we're talking about
Heather Heyer. So then Gavin stepped down to get him.
Woody was the second coroner on the scene, and his report showed no heart attack.
I like this. This woman gets smashed by a car.
Car didn't hit her.
And the car hit her. And
she was afraid.
Her defense attorney is like, nope, it really wasn't about the car. She had a spontaneous heart attack while the car hit her.
I believe she had a heart attack because she was frightened of a car. I believe that. But
anyway, please tell you.
You might have had to get a job. She was probably afraid of that. So he quit to make the judge more lenient on them, I think, and their association with the Proud Boys or something. That's the way I heard it.
Oh, he told it.
I don't know. I don't think it worked.
Different story to Joe Rogan, I think. But
who, McInnes?
Maybe you're right. Yeah. I'm a low confidence on it, so don't take your news from me on this. But I know he's not a Proud Boy anymore.
What a weird name for a group. It sounds like a joke group.
It started that way.
You know what I mean? Proud Boy.
Scanning this thing. I know it's not good content.
Oh,
Milo Yiannopoulos was in it too. He also resigned from the group.
What the fuck is that guy doing?
Dude, he needs to get in. The conservative side has many strengths, but comedy's not one of them. Milo needs to get involved. He is the funniest guy on the right that I can think of.
Yeah, when I want to laugh, I turn on Comedy Central. Just laugh my tits off. Laugh my tits off at what is it, Oliver and all those guys.
I don't watch.
So funny.
He's on. Isn't John Oliver on
at all anymore? John Oliver's on HBO. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without an audience, all of them are a little worse.
For the health of comedy in the current cultural zeitgeist, what they really need is a left-leaning political comedy commentator. It's about time they added a
right. I see what you're doing, but
obviously this content resonates with average people and isn't astroturfed. It's just great. It's awesome.
Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert, of course, Bill Maher, John Oliver. The left is flooded with left-leaning comedians. Mm-hmm. Milo needs to fill that gap on the right.
Yeah, but nowhere's going to platform him. And I also don't think he's very right-wing or very funny.
Oh yeah. No? I think he has a
also the
delivery.
Pedophilia thing kind of rubbed a few people the wrong way.
Rubbed him the right way.
Oh,
he was back in.
You guys were talking about all this serious stuff, and I was like, "Oh, goddamn! The Irish Supreme Court says that Subway bread doesn't qualify as bread."
I know, too much sugar. Too much sugar. It's not.
Is that
bread.
all the bread or just the white bread though?
No, it's all the bread. All the bread. They're like, "Go fuck yourself. It's too high sugar."
They have like 9-grain wheat bread there. How does that have too much sugar?
That has too much sugar, dude. And I am telling you this as a fact. I have not clicked on the article yet.
Dude, I read an article about that. I don't know why it matters that it's not bread, but it just I think all restaurant food is super bad for you, no matter where you go. They just give you so much butter, so much oil, so much fat, so much salt. It's fantastic. But you can hardly order a healthy meal and get a healthy meal. They make the food taste good. That's how they do it.
Woody, have you ever looked up where you'll be like, damn, I want to make Mongolian beef, but I want to make it the way P.F. Chang's does. And then you look up the way they do it, and it's like, yeah, it's like a normal Mongolian beef, but secret, full stick of butter, 3 times the amount of oil. And it's like, oh, I didn't want to learn this.
Put some sugar on it too and serve it. Yeah.
And then you just taste sugar on top of your fat meat and then go, oh, it's lean.
Restaurant food is terrible for you and delicious.
It's so good. That's why restaurants stay in business.
They're not worried at all about your health. They just want you to come back and ignore the truth. So Subway bread's not bread, too much sugar.
Yeah, Subway bread is not bread.
According to Ireland.
That's true. I haven't trusted the Irish.
Touché. Yeah.
That's where I get all my bread news.
From Ireland. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What the fuck? Where do they get off? What do they know about bread? They make.
Is there a lawsuit about bread? Like that someone is suing because they didn't get the ingredients on their sandwich?
Let me scan it.
I don't think they want Subway to be able to call their sandwiches anymore because technically the bread on them isn't bread.
Oh. I got to call them stacks. We got Subway stacks of produce and meat and products.
So I guess they're trying to categorize it as a staple food, which doesn't get taxed.
Oh.
But because it's more like junk food, you have to pay 10% tax.
And probably some sort of welfare card doesn't work for it as well.
The sugar content in Irish bread isn't supposed to be more than 2%. I don't know how it could be more than 2% sugar, and it's 10%. So
they're not even close.
Sugar. Not even close.
That's 5 times the maximum amount of sugar.
And in fairness to Ireland, Subway's bread is fucking terrible. It is awful. I don't care when they do the song and dance about wow, we're pulling this out of the just baked oven. It's like, go fuck yourself. You have a neck tattoo. There's no way you baked that fresh.
It smells good.
There's no way you showed up early like an artisan baker and made this 9-grain wheat.
What franchise would you want to own? Subway's often considered a good one.
I would say Subway because people go to Subway to
Subways are literally on the decline. They're closing more and more stores every day.
Well, I mean, that makes sense because they have more locations than Starbucks.
And there's not as much markup. I think Five Guys are always growing. I think that place that you and I always talk about, Cookout, their franchises are rather cheap, and whenever they like add one to a place, it just explodes, and they've got these lines literally around the block with attendants in the parking lot directing traffic.
It depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for a plug and play franchise to make money and be off doing your own thing, Subway would be excellent. If you're looking for I am going to be on the site most of the time, making sure this runs well, somewhere like Cookout, or we have barbecue places like that here too.
Why do you feel like Cookout takes more personal attention than Subway?
Because there's a higher standard of quality. Like when people go to Subway,
I've seen enough Jim Gaffigan bits to know that there's not a lot going on at Subway.
I'm just saying that everywhere you go that's fast food and successful has an established standard of quality. When you go to McDonald's, you know exactly the flavor of beef you're going to get, and you get that flavor every time. And a lot of what building a successful fast food franchise is having supreme consistency. You don't want one location to be terrible, one location to be awesome. Subway has every location bad in the same way.
Waffle House too.
Waffle House too. And so you go in there and you pay.
We're not friends anymore.
you pay a few dollars for a sandwich the size of your head, and when you're eating it and you go, "This isn't very good," you go, "No shit, I paid $5 for a sandwich the size of my torso."
You really don't like Waffle House?
I do like Waffle House. I just feel like the standard is low. It meets my expectations every time. I'll order steak and eggs. That's just the worst steak ever, just like I expected.
Yeah, I've never enjoyed Waffle House sober.
If you're ordering steak at Waffle House, they are, by the way, they just they sell more T-bones than any other restaurant in the world, as is noted on that picture that every one of them has on the wall. They're awful. The eggs there are actually really good, though. I like their eggs as much as I like
probably put sugar in them.
You can see what they're doing to them right there, because Elon is over there fucking mixing it up 6 feet away from you, splattering you with oil. There's a ton of oil in there, and then there's just fucking eggs.
I read somewhere that the cooks at Waffle House have better violence de-escalation skills than the police. I was like, maybe.
Steak and Shake too.
Steak and Shake is pretty fucking good. They got so many fucking milkshakes at that place. Yeah, we've got them in Atlanta. They're very popular. But yeah, Waffle House is maybe Waffle House would be the way to go, because they're open 24 hours a day. You can just staff them with ex-convicts.
You know
you can do that with McDonald's too, and you don't have to be scared.
There's a lot of moving parts in a McDonald's. There's a lot of menu items. There's a lot of stuff going on back there. A lot of computers and shit. Waffle House is just that one grill and that waffle maker. That's it.
And you think you would run a successful Waffle House? I
don't think there's an unsuccessful Waffle House in the fucking world.
As long as you love it.
Sounds right.
That's absurd.
Shut up, Dick. We're making money here.
I want to get into, you guys are obsessed with money.
Passion.
I want to get into Chick-fil-A and be very, very homophobic all the time to get people into my restaurant.
As long as you love it, then you'll be okay. But yeah, Chick-fil-A sucks to own. What was I going to say? You know what sucks to own that I was into? I used to want to own a movie theater. Like, that was the dream. A good movie theater, with the nice chairs and like a restaurant movie theater. I would be totally broke right now if I dumped everything into a movie theater. That was the worst idea.
Take a look at this idea.
I remember that.
It's the first 2015 1 hour photo stand.
Yeah, maybe. You talked about this like maybe 4 or 5 years ago or something, I think. And I remember I was probably like, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Get after it. You're selling that popcorn at such a markup. You can't lose money.
You can't lose. Yeah, I had this. I don't really like the movie theaters that are from 10 years ago, where everyone's jammed into shitty seats that don't recline. But there's a movie theater I go to where it's a big leather, like Lazy Boy with electric recline and stuff. And I was like, "Ooh, you could do that," or even Next Level, where the food gets good. Is it Alamo that does that?
Alamo does that.
Draft House.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I started looking into what it costs to make one and such, and just decided not to. I don't know. I didn't want to put all my eggs in one basket because it's pretty expensive. God. Right. Oh my gosh. I'd be so broke. But
do you like those theaters where it's like a full meal comes out? Because we have some here that I've been to, and it's so annoying for me to try to eat in the dark, like cutting chicken, and it really takes me out of the movie.
Like actual food. See, there's your mistake. I've gone to those places. Just order hand food.
Yeah.
If you're cutting chicken in the middle of a movie, that's absurd, and you're a dick for doing it. You're scratching the plate, guaranteed.
I haven't been to one as nice as an Alamo. What we have is is in between, so you can get like chicken fingers, like Taylor's talking about, maybe even a burger or a hot dog.
Just get a burger. That's
you can't get something that involves a fork and a knife there. But they do have seats that I haven't been to Alamo, but I have to imagine these seats compare well because they're big, leather, wide. You take the middle up, you can cuddle your wife while you watch the movie.
Dude, I ordered popcorn shrimp at one of those places at an AMC once, and I swear to God, in the kitchen, they were like, we ran out of shrimp, and they're like, just deep fry balls of everything we coat the shrimp in, and they just served me that because there was not a bit of shrimp in that entire just breading.
You got hush puppies with tails.
Yeah, I got hush puppies with old tails cemented in. Oh, it's funny. There's no meat. It's just
This is like a year ago, but I went to Panda Express and I had never had coconut shrimp before. And it was like, coconut shrimp, you can have it, but it's an extra $1. And I'm like, ooh, it must be good. Dude, it's seafood candy. I'm convincing myself this is a reasonable dinner to just eat like shrimp coated with glazed sugar. Coconut shrimp is the bomb.
I do the same thing. When I go to Panda Express, every time I'm like, I'll get the beef with broccoli, and then my voice comes out, double serving orange chicken. And then I'm eating it, I'm like, no, it's at least it's definitely got vitamin C, right? There's an orange in here somewhere.
There were no oranges killed in the making of that chicken.
Yeah. No, the fact that I have to shit just right now. So there were no oranges in there.
Dude.
Oh man. I do like, as far as fast food is concerned, I rank Panda Express decently high.
What?
Like their fried rice is so greasy and so oily that I like it.
Disgusting.
You know,
You think it's disgusting?
God, yeah, it's awful. It's so far at the bottom of my list.
I
really okay. What?
It's way below Arby's and Hardee's and
it's below Arby's. You fucking idiot. Arby's?
I don't feel that strongly about any fast food restaurant.
Arby's,
you scum of the earth.
Arby's,
How dare you put it below Arby's?
Arby's, lots of people talking about Arby's. It's for retards and the indigent.
I'm talking about roast beef, you piece of shit.
Oh, I like Arby's. I'm a fucking retard.
Yes. Yeah. No, Arby's is terrible. They literally emulsify all of their meat, put it in a bag, and then they slice it as though it's real the first time.
It's true. It comes in a bag. The meat comes in a bag. It's in a big congealed goopy glob.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not real. They have the slider machine like they're slicing it, but they're slicing emulsified meat logs. They're not.
It's like a hot dog. It's like they make a gigantic hot dog and then they cut it into like roast beef slices.
And that's better than Panda Express.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes,
I'm with you, Taylor.
This isn't about how good Arby's is, Taylor. This is about how bad Panda Express
You need to
is.
have the coconut shrimp at Panda Express. It's pretty much soft serve shrimp or something. It's great.
I haven't had Chinese food in a long time.
I haven't had this in a year and a half, but I'm hungering for it right now.
Yeah,
I'm good for one McDonald's binge a month. Like we'll go get drunk and then do like an Uber drive-through where it's everything on the menu, like 2 filet of fish, a double quarter pounder, 2 Big Macs, probably 6 fries. I mean, just fill up a bag and you count it off. Tell me how many there were.
Just go bananas.
McDonald's always disappoints me, and so I'd stop going. And it's not like I hate McDonald's. I just keep having a bad McDonald's experience where like it's cold or not fully done or it's falling apart, and I keep getting misses.
Yeah, when I go to McDonald's and like you get the cheese that's not even vaguely melted,
cold French
which
fries.
is common, it's cold cheese, cold French fries. One of those places that I know is going to let me down every time and that I still crave, usually once a year, once my memory has lapsed enough that I forget, is White Castle. Is once a year I will eat 35 White Castle burgers and at the time be like, this is so great. This is awesome. It tastes like shit. It's good though, in a way. I'm eating all this cabbage. And then the next day, you shit And the
for
next
all
day, that's very generous. 40 minutes later, you shit, and it smells exactly like you're right back inside White Castle.
We gotta get some like fiber and some probiotics in your diet, Taylor. Every time we talk about food, you're like, and then you just immediately have diarrhea. Like, every time
you guys ever had an apple and a banana? Oh, just fucking blows right through. They're talking about like healthy stuff and these kale shakes, motherfucker.
Taylor, that's not what cheese does to you.
Yeah, Kyle, you go out tonight and you eat 10 White Castle burgers, and then
what's with your numbers?
You stop eating them, and when you start shitting.
Taylor once told me that he had a weakness for cheese sticks. Right, this is like the string cheese, and he had 7. And I mentioned it to my wife, and she's still like, 7? How can you have 7? 7's a lot of cheese.
7, and I know it was that because. Like my girlfriend goes to bed earlier than me because she has to be up earlier. And so like I'll go and enjoy my evening sitting in my living room, and my snacks as I eat them throughout the night, the wrappers will accumulate on and I know it was 7 because she came home one day after work and was like, "Hey, did you have 7 cheese sticks last night?" And I was like, "No, it couldn't have been that many." And she's like, "Well, I found 7 wrappers and I bought a pack of 12 and there's 5 left." And I was like, "Well,
must have been a
How do you know it was me?
Store, huh?
you have no evidence of any of this. This is all circumstantial. I can't be convicted."
I
got into them.
I actually like White Castle. In the South, we have Crystal. It's a lot more common. It's exact same shit, but it's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah,
I made homemade Crystal burgers one time. You take the ground beef and like flatten it on a griddle. And you punch like you cut it, you pre-cut it into the squares, you like score the ground beef, and you press it till it's like super thin, like 1/8 of an inch, and then you put like 5 dots on each patty, and you freeze it, and you've got like this frozen sheet of ground beef that you then lay on top of onions on like a big griddle, and you cook it on top. It's actually
onion flavored cabbage.
It's I use onions, and you cook that block of beef on top of the onions, and the onion steam like goes through the holes that you put into the meat. It's really fucking good.
Do you know that's why Crystal and White Castle give you such bad and immediate gas? Is because they found out a few decades ago that if you replace onions with onion flavored cabbage, you save an enormous amount of money, and people can't tell the difference.
And people can't tell.
It's onion flavored cabbage on White Castle burgers. That's why you eat that, and immediately you're just like, this is dire.
I never had.
They unleashed a farting epidemic.
Think I've ever had White Castle.
These tiny little burgers, like they're literally like this big. Like
the grease stains on either side of the burger combine to about 3 times the total girth of the burger itself.
Yeah, I'm aware of how their burgers are small for some reason, but I have never been inside of White Castle.
It's a depressing place.
You know what's overrated? In-N-Out. I don't know why the West Coast guys think In-N-Out.
Don't you dare say that.
Everyone on the West Coast thinks In-N-Out is some wonderful dining experience, and it's just shitty food.
You ignorant slut, Woody.
What, you don't like your fries sloppy and wet?
No, you have to get them extra well done. There's a whole process. You've got to learn it. That's part of it. It's like
and then you douse them.
Douse them in what? What are you dousing them?
I don't know. Whatever that cheese sauce is that they pour over everything.
Oh yeah, man. You got to get animal style everything. You got to get extra crispy. It's like you can trace your whole life through what you learned ordering it In-N-Out. I was here when I learned about animal style. I was here when I learned that you could just stack an infinite number of patties next to each other until it filled.
It's where they just pour sauce all over everything.
Yeah. Protein style. What is it? Where there's no buns? Don't you dare! Everything's fresh at In-N-Out. The line is a mile long.
La-di-da. I've been eating that rotten meat they have over at Mickey D's, but they've got the fresh stuff.
You guys are eating out of a bag. It's disgusting. You're eating roast beef and coconut shrimp
Dick,
out of a ladle.
I think we have the same mic, but I like your shock mount much more. What is it?
It's a Rode something. I don't know. It's $100.
The mic or the shock mount?
Oh, the shock mount. Yeah.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just picked that up off Amazon. You don't like that yours looks like a claw machine?
Right. I just feel like
Cool.
it blocks more of me than it needs to. Like more of the whole scene. Like it's a freaking dominant like piece of what you see.
Yeah.
Anyway, good luck.
Machine. No, I've had In-N-Out twice, and I wasn't blown away or anything. It was okay.
Yeah.
You got to have it 20 times. That's when it really kicks in.
Yeah.
I don't think anything beats Five Guys.
Animals. No one leaves Five Guys hungry.
No, those French fries are so fucking good, and they're like just a regular cheeseburger is more than enough food for a human being. But for some reason they do double cheeseburgers instead as well. I avoid Five Guys because I think it's way more calories than other meals. Oh, it's so bad for you. The calories, like a large fry, is like 1,400 calories. You don't need a large. You can hardly finish a small. No one needs a large. Nobody needs a large at Five Guys. If you're watching this and you've never been to Five Guys, that's amazing in itself. But all right, both of you, listen up. A small fry there is enough fries. Like you could empty out a human skull and fill it with French fries. This is how Fahrenheit was invented. I think you just randomly like this is
human skulls of fries.
Yeah, like we use feet. I mean, fuck, why not skulls?
Sure.
So yeah, that's about right. You could fill a human skull with a small fry at Five Guys. It's all you need to eat. The large fry is literally, they take like a 20-ounce cup and fill it heaping full of French fries, and then they just pour more over. They put the 20-ounce cup over the bag, and then just heap them on it as it overfills into the bag. The bottom of the bag has like a McDonald's small fry of fries in it. At least
Five Guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
The worst fries in America, and they think they can hide it from you if they give you a lot of them.
Are you getting the curly fries?
No, I'm getting the regular fries when I go there.
Get the Cajun fries.
I'm just saying the regular fries, I've never opted into a special kind of fries there.
They have sweet potato fries.
They are soggy immediately. They are wet and floppy and not good fries. And they try and distract you.
I like wet floppy fries.
Wow, look at all this shit I have. Now I won't talk about how bad they are.
The curly fries, I think maybe the nature of them, they get cooked longer. Not sure. But I share your dislike of wet sloppy fries. Mm-hmm. They need to be hot.
I prefer wet sloppy fries. I
like them overcooked.
Yeah, definitely. I prefer a nice crispy fry.
No.
That's why curly fries are always better. That's the best thing that Jack in the Box has over the rest, or the curly fry.
Arby's also has the curly fry, which I do like, but I like them when they're a little bit on the soft side. They cook them in peanut oil. They're not trying to cheap out on you. That's just their idea of a good fry.
No, that's for their meat.
No, they don't.
Oh, you're talking about Five Guys right now. Sorry.
Yeah, they're not frying the meat.
You're talking about Chick-fil-A.
I thought he was saying Arby's was spending all their money cooking good curly fries and being like, no, keep the beef budget. Like,
I'm still on Five Guys fries. They use the peanut oil there.
Yeah,
that's why.
Doesn't Chick-fil-A use it on their fries?
Chick-fil-A also uses peanut oil. Yes.
You know what? I'm not.
Actually, they use this denatured peanut oil that's actually safe for people who have peanut allergies.
I don't care for that. I want the risky stuff.
Well, yeah.
I want to know that only the genetically pure among us can consume these fries.
Are the genetically impure allergic to peanuts?
Those with inferior genes may not enjoy the fry.
That's the Proud Boy way. Only peanut oil.
They're like, say white supremacists, we are not so much concerned with race as much as what you cook the fry in and eating the fry. It's like, so white supremacists, once again, you're bringing up this is a club about French fries. How they are cooked. Once again, you ask me of President Trump. I am a French fry connoisseur.
Gourmet.
I'm a sommelier.
You know who's really hoping Trump loses? Melania Trump.
I don't think she likes being first lady.
I don't think she likes being Lady Trump. I don't think she likes being first lady, second lady, any of that shit. She doesn't want to be there. All the fake smiles. Like, she's just done. She is over that shit.
Honestly, though, she's a model. Fake smiles, that's her jam, right? She should be pretty good at it.
Not for a couple of decades.
Right, but I think that real smiles, like models actually smile too.
Yeah, prove it.
Touche.
You can't prove that.
Yeah, no, she comes off as unhappy. I don't. It could just be like a Eastern Eastern European culture thing, right? Americans smile when, I don't know, when they see strangers, whereas Europeans, sometimes you have to earn that smile. So maybe I'll
you work hard for a European smile.
Eastern Europeans being surly most of the time. So I feel you. But she's also been rich as fuck for so long. I feel like most of that.
And she gets shit on constantly. Like, look, Trump's not. Yeah, the stuff that they like, the way the media criticize, or at least social media criticize their relationship, is really creepy to me. Like when they'll almost they'll be acting like a normal couple, and then it's like, oh, look at her disgust at him. Like Trump will look at her, she'll give him a little like normal smile, and then look away. She's like, oh, look at her, she's thinking about his cock and she wants to puke. Look at her look at her disdain for him. Like, are you guys like, what level of insanity is this, where you're reading into a what seems like a totally normal relationship?
I did see one thing recently where it was like just her walking off a plane, and it was like some internet journo was like, Melania Trump tone deafly wears $1,000 boots while exiting in the midst of and it's like,
yeah, let
her wear her boots. Jesus, you think she's like, this is absurd.
They did the same thing to Michelle. Like they criticized her body and her outfit, and with Melania, it's just her outfit usually. But
yeah, I think it's a little worse for Melania. At least like Time Magazine and shit would be.
They would always criticize her dick too.
How
Melania.
fierce Michelle is looking.
I would say Michelle has it worse. Case in point.
They do say Michelle has a dick. That's well, I mean, mainstream media doesn't. That's more internet meaning. So, but
yeah. I don't know. Would it be worse to be married to Trump if he lost for the rest of your life, or could you just stick it out another 4 years and get it out of his system?
I'm crazy to say that Trump's life is very short. I see him as a very fat dude who's 72 years old. In my own little universe, like my experience of this is guys like that just click off, right? They don't have a long, slow decline. Yeah. In 6 months, they have like cardiac problems, and then they just turn off.
Or just one fucking day.
Yeah.
Just COVID. COVID could wipe out Trump.
COVID could wipe out both presidential candidates. Actually, so could a heart attack, I guess. But I just see Trump, because he's fat and old, as a guy who's going to just click off in the next 2 or 3 years. Am I crazy? Like other people say that's not right.
What's the actuarial data on that? Like, if you looked up he's fat. Is he morbidly obese or just obese?
I called him morbidly obese to my friend, and then we started looking at pictures, and I backed off that. I think
he's in
that's
the
a stretch.
obese category. Yeah. Morbidly obese, you got to be quite a bit higher to creep in, I think, as far as BMI.
But he's definitely, because you don't know his height, because he lies about his height and he lies about his weight. So like,
yeah, but you can guesstimate looking at him standing next to people.
How tall do you think he is, Woody?
6'1" or 2.
6'1"?
He claims 6'3". I would guess 6'2".
I'm 6 foot tall, and when he signed my hat, I was looking up at him.
Was he wearing heels?
He's taller than. Yeah, he was on stilts.
He wears heels.
He was wearing heels in a cod piece.
He wears heels. He wears boots like with the 1 or 2 inch. 2 inch probably too far, but like 1 or 1.5 inch heel.
2 inch heels?
No, I backed off of that. Like 1 or better.
So he's 6'1". So Michelle Obama does not have a dick, but Donald Trump is wearing lifts, 2-inch lifts, and he's actually 6'1".
Do you need pictures?
No, I just need like a ruler, a yardstick or something.
Y'all talking about Michelle Obama being a man?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of.
Dude, you know what's funny is I just Googled this again, and it got updated correctly. You know Gerald Nadler, the congressman or whatever, like that tiny little guy who always looks just like a goblin walking next to everyone else. Do you know who that is? No. Gerald Nadler?
I'm Googling now.
He's the politician, U.S. representative for New York's 10th congressional district. He looked so short during the, it was some news thing that he was in.
Poor fellow.
That I was like, how the fuck tall is that guy? And this was only like 6-8 months ago. I looked it up on Google. I could not find it. The only thing that was available when you typed in Gerald Nadler height was a self-report from his website saying 5'11", which would mean that we have the tallest Congress in the history of the planet. And just now I searched again, and it has been updated on Google to 5'3". But literally, the only source for his height when I searched it like 8 months ago was saying he was 5'11".
These are Trump's Wicked Witch of the West shoes that he's got on.
Like weird wide feet at the end. What's with that bulge on the right? On his left side, standing there. Oh, see what I mean? Does he have like fat feet?
I never noticed that on any of his other shoes.
I think Woody's pointing out that he's got a bit of a lift there.
The heel is the thing that I'm focused on.
There's the heel is kind of normal. I've got boots like that, but
what the fuck was he kicking?
What was he kicking? Who was he
on the front?
I think it's just the lighting.
I think he likes my dress shoes. That's twice the heel that mine have.
The question is, who ties those for him?
That's way too tight to be tied.
They are so goddamn tight.
I don't remember who came up with this phrase, but it makes me laugh every time. It looks like his shoes were screwed on.
Guys, Woody, you're going about this the wrong way. We should not be heel shaming men. We should all make it we should all normalize men wearing lifts. So we finally get one over on these bitches out there that are hitting us with height restrictions on dating sites. All of us should encourage each other to wear gigantic lifts on our heels.
Right,
come on,
right.
guys.
And I'll just one up you and add Spanx to the list.
Yes.
No, yes.
Yes.
Don't you shame me, Kyle. I see you already starting.
Yes. We're fat old men.
Lifts aren't enough because lifts, you hide those. We need to have loud and proud heels.
That's right.
Yeah.
Pumps.
Oh, are you wearing heels? Yeah. Are you not, idiot, bitch?
I want manly heels with goldfish swimming in them.
Yeah, and we should be able to sit when we pee.
Flavor Flav.
It used to be a pimp thing from the 70s. I was probably TV pimp, but yeah.
The Braves won their second game
real
today.
quick, Kyle, before we jump to the Braves, we're going to hear from Smartmouth. Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. You know, I'm actually going to wing it. Let's see. Smartmouth is an awesome mouthwash. It's got 2 different parts. You pour it into the cup. It mixes. You use it. It's going to get rid of your bad breath for 24 hours. It's fantastic. It's also going to keep your gums healthy. You can use the dry mouth kind if you engage in behaviors that are traditionally associated with struggling with dry mouth. Lots of possibilities there. I also recall that smartmouth.com/PKA is a URL we are supposed to promote. I believe that is for a coupon, $2 coupon, $1 coupon. Check that out. You'll know. It's great mouthwash. Keep your mouth healthy. Get laid. Have fun with it. So smartmouth.com/PKA. Even better than the read, I think.
I like it. Check them out.
Check them out. Get some good breath. Get laid. Get your dick wet. Make us proud of you.
Nailed it.
That was that.
Did you send these guys our copy? Yeah, get your dick wet. You know, we focus tested that one. You remember? Have the receipts.
We'll see.
I think it was refreshing. Like, no, get your dick wet. That was it. Cool, man. It's cool.
So we'll have them ship you some products so you can get your dick wet too.
Is the Mountain gonna fight that other World's Strongest Man dude, Eddie Hall?
They're gonna talk about it a lot for a long time.
They're not gonna wait. They're not gonna fight. That's not gonna happen. There is no way the Mountain and Eddie Hall fight.
Let me. I'm pretty
How
sure
big is Eddie Hall?
Eddie Hall is 6'3" and enormous, but it's only next to the Mountain that he looks like a small guy. But Eddie Hall is an enormous guy, and both of them have the power to do just unspeakable damage. Like, can you imagine?
In Las Vegas, they're fighting in Las Vegas next year. The battle between September 2021.
What if?
Wow.
I see. I need to fix our layout, but I see there. Here's a picture of them holding each other. It's hard to get them really next to each other to see how big. Yeah. The Mountain's are bending over a little bit.
Because the Mountain's like 6'11", almost 7 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
That sounds rightish. I know he's ginormous.
All of us would look like children in this photo.
Jesus. He's a big guy.
I saw Eddie Hall next to someone else. I forget who it was, but I always, sometimes guys with a lot of muscles are actually short, right? If you were to take them and stretch them to 6'1" or so, they wouldn't be so big anymore. You could picture this like fire hydrant of a man.
Yeah.
So having never seen Eddie Hall with much to compare him to sidewise, like I don't know how big an Atlas stone is. I thought he was that guy. He was like 5'8" and just really wide like a fire hydrant. And I saw him next to someone and was like, oh my God, he's huge. He's big. But the mountain, of course, is even bigger. But I don't know. Fighting is an athletic endeavor. There's more to it than that. If you take away the grappling, Israel Adesanya, I think, beats both of them. You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
Interesting. I do. I think that, the object.
How much does Israel Adesanya weigh? 170?
Well, he'd be like 200 for this.
Well, they wouldn't. Yeah. No, he wouldn't. He walks around 175. If he doesn't cut weight.
185, right? Am I wrong? Yeah, I'm not wrong. He fights at
you're
185.
Right. I think he would get around at that weight.
He would get absolutely smashed by the mountain. There's no way for him to compete with the mountain. He's just too big of a person. You just smother him, right? Like,
so I intentionally took away grappling because I feel like enough muscles can overcome the skill difference.
But every sport, even boxing, has grappling.
Can you imagine if Israel Adesanya gets the mountain in an arm bar? You know what the mountain's going to do? He's going to curl his entire body weight over his body.
I agree with that.
Relative ease and smash him into the other side.
So it's on my mind. Joe Lozon said that he couldn't beat Shaq, right? Joe Lozon's a great fighter. He says Shaq is just too much man that he would lose. But if you make it just striking, I see a guy so much faster, very hard to hit Israel. I think it, and by the way, he hits hard. I assume both these guys are super durable, but am I crazy? Dick, boxing. Can a top boxer, a 200-pound guy beat the mountain?
I don't see how. You're just going to get shoved around. Like, just the physical exertion of having to keep a man that size off of you, I think is going to exhaust even a marathon guy. You know what I mean? Like,
he's a counter puncher, right? He's going backwards, tagging him, never getting hit, always doing the hitting.
How long are the mountain arms though?
Longer than hitting.
Just the force alone, I think, is going to exhaust anybody.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Conor McGregor clearly beat him, but
they sparred. That's what you're making a reference to.
Yeah. I saw that Dana White offered Conor and Poirier a fight.
But I didn't see the money.
No, nobody saw the money, but except for Conor and Poirier, I'm sure.
See, that's the already, but for the audience, that's the rub, right? Dana will say, I'll give you both whatever, $1 million. You can go fight. And Conor's like, $1 million? Why would I fight for like 7% of my normal pay?
Yeah, Conor offered Poirier like a charity fight in Dublin where they would each fight for each other's charities. So then Dana comes back and counter offers like, hey, why don't you just fight in the UFC? I'll pay you X, Y, and Z. We'll see. I'd like to see Conor do anything, really. I'd watch him fight some old men in a bar again. That was fun.
I haven't seen anyone say this. That's funny. But I still think it to be true. I think the reason Conor hasn't been getting fights is to pay him Conor money, he needs a gate. And that's the scoop. He needs it in person. He needs an event. They need, the UFC gets paid to put the event there. They get paid for the tickets that come in. They make a lot of money from these live events. And they're thinking to themselves, I can't pay Conor, I'll make it up, $12.5 million to fight if it's just TV.
Yeah, maybe. I know Conor has wanted some fights. Mm-hmm. I know he wanted somebody back in the spring, and they couldn't make it happen.
Diego.
No, well, he said that this is before that. He said that he mentioned Diego because they couldn't get him a fight before, and he's just looking for a filler fight because he wanted to fight this year. He's like, let me fight somebody.
You can't even find Thor's arm length because all it brings up are the measurements around his arm.
Yeah.
Dude, but this guy.
But it's usually like your wingspan, your height are usually rather similar.
If you can, I mean, this guy's a bitch. He can only deadlift 1,000 pounds.
Oh, really? Pathetic.
Like,
Yeah.
that just means that, like, think of how easy it'll be to knock him over. He doesn't have like the strongest posterior chain on earth.
So you saw the Eddie Hall deadlift, right? And
Yeah.
like the nosebleed, I don't know. I'm making shit up. What is it called when your blood vessel bursts? An aneurysm, you know, like
Not
like,
that. God.
yeah. He was like, you know, I was dizzy for 5 days. My brain exploded and yada yada yada. Was he playing that up? Is that true, or was he really just the absolute peak of exertion to break the record?
I would believe that exerting yourself to that extent would cause some problems. Like, the human body is not meant to deadlift 1,000+ pounds. It's
Have
just
you ever seen The King of the Hill, where the macho man Randy Savage is in it, and he's training Bill?
Yeah, and he becomes.
I know I've gotten a good workout when the blood vessels in the back of my eyes pop.
And that's when Bill gets all jacked and he starts going over and like fucking with Hank.
Yeah, it's my favorite line of all time. He's like, "No agony, no braggony."
That show is so fucking good. I need to fucking rewatch King of the Hill again.
It's been a couple. Watched it like last.
I know. I'm
year.
joking. Hey, Kyle, you'll like this. I started Supernatural.
Well, I'll see you in 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, dude, why did you kick off The Boys?
It's because I was sitting there with my girlfriend the other night, and she was like, "Have you ever watched this show, Supernatural?" And I was like, "No, I've never seen an episode, but Kyle's recommended it and Woody very highly." She's like, "Let's watch it. Let's watch it." And it's pretty good. I like it.
Watch it through this lens.
Start at the beginning.
We started at the very, very beginning. Season 1, episode 1, where Negan gets his wife burned, and then there's the big gap of what happened in their life, where apparently they're super soldiers now with like katana skills. And then who is it? Dean or Sam? It's Dean who shows back up to Sam, who's in a happy relationship, and drags him back into the mix. And they fight the woman in white, the first one, and then subsequent monsters in the other ones. I like it. I'm enjoying the show.
It was Kyle who pointed out to me their very bad special effects budget. And it's funny because, they go from town to town battling demons and monsters and this and that. So they'll be like, "Ooh, we're in Springfield, Illinois, and there's a dragon here." The dragon is a person with glowing fingertips. It's just like, dragon.
Or, like off camera, like they just pipe in some audio of wings flapping, and he arrives.
Yeah, the wings are put away.
The wings get put away under a trench coat. Yeah, it gets better over time because it did become like a very popular show. Their salaries are outrageous. Like how much the two main actors make. Like let me look it up again. I don't want to be wrong.
Does Negan come back into the mix ever?
Oh, lots. He's in and out a lot. Yeah.
Which one's Negan?
The
Jeffrey
dad.
Dean Morgan, their father.
Oh.
Who plays Negan in The Walking Dead.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't know what his name was, but that's
cool.
who.
I'm not judging someone for forgetting a person's name.
I shouldn't have even defended myself. I should have known.
Yeah, so they get paid like $125,000 each per episode.
Hell yeah, good for them. Just fucking raking it in.
But it's like 20 episodes a year, so that's good.
They make 20 episodes a fucking year, and they have been doing it since I was a small child.
Are they
like in the first episode? Like, it's so old that it's like, "Oh well, you got to call Dad. Don't you have him on your car phone?" It's like, Jesus fucking Christ! These
Technology
people have been doing this for 20 years.
Yeah, like at this point, they're like one of the things they always do is like Sam is really good at like getting on the internet and hacking into things and finding backstory and looking up like court records and documents.
Watching internet use, like savvy internet use on TV shows from the early 2000s, late 90s, is like, "Oh no, we got Sam or Dean. He's on the case," and he'll sit down and like pensively type something into Alta Vista, and it's like, what are you doing? Like this isn't hacking. You just did the precursor to Google.
Yeah, it's a good show. I mean, buckle up because. I mean, they avert like 8 apocalypses. They fight everything from werewolves. They go to other dimensions. They go to hell
Dude,
many times.
Bad things happen to them. Like a lot of times main characters have this plot armor, right? No, things go. They live a rough life, Taylor. And
Sam gets raped a lot.
Raped a lot.
He gets sissy hypnotized.
He gets sissy hypnotized by the devil himself.
Oh
and
no!
He gets butt fucked for like there's time dilation, so like
years.
5 minutes on Earth.
The only kind of dilation going on.
So like 5 minutes on Earth is like 5 years in hell. Well, he's in hell for the entire off season, like from fall to spring. So like when they bring him back, he's just a shattered man. He's just.
How many years do I have to wait for this?
Oh, that's
like 11. It's like
11 years of
something 20, like that.
20
Taylor, I swear there's so much awful shit. And then their characters get upgraded too. They're like, well, we're going to have to etch our bones with satanic chants or whatever they etch their bones with.
Yep.
And you know something else I've noticed with the special effects that now that Kyle's pointed out, I've crystallized is they'll be like, we got this F-55 flamethrower specially designed to take down the type of werewolf we're up against. And it'll be like, I don't think it's a werewolf. I think it's a golem. And they're like, well, then this is of no value. And it's like, oh, the big flamethrower use. And then, oh no, we're going to have to wizard him to death.
Oh, it turns out we need salt.
We need a little bit of Morton's.
Get the big bag of salt, Sam.
Oh, dude, there's a lot of salt in this shit. Taylor, you're gonna see so like just tons of salt poured in circles over the next 20 years. I'm excited for the journey you're about to embark on.
I like when they walk into their dad's insane person hotel room for the first time, and instead of walking around with like tears in their eyes being like, our father's no longer the man we thought he was, what on earth is he doing with his life? They're like, he's picked up a lot of valuable clues about the demon.
It's got one of those
walls Dad like figured it out that it was a woman in white earlier on. He saw the same news clipping we did. It's like,
yeah, he's got one of those crazy people walls with all the articles and pictures of things connected with string. And instead of being like, oh, he hasn't been taking his medicine, there's like, he's on to something.
Dude, and I swear to fucking God, they were doing a slow pan across his wall of insanity with all the things he suspected, where it'd be like ghouls, goblins, ethereal premonitions, and then one of them was just like, ghosts with a question mark. It might just be ghosts.
They're gonna run into everything, and their knowledge of how to solve different problems is like outrageous to me. Like, all right, we're gonna need the dagger artifact of Theseus and a chair and a lot of salt and silver bullets.
The way the dagger of Theseus was hid for so many years is that it appears to be the lowest costing knife at Walmart. But in reality, it is not.
Yeah.
Now you'll notice it says Pyrex here. That's the name of an ancient demon. Certainly not a Tupperware company.
They get more budget as it goes on. Like I would say like somewhere around season 12 or 13, it seems like they got, I don't know, they got more money and then they were able to do more cool shit. But they have gone to heaven probably 5 times, and they've gone to hell probably 5 or 6 times as well. And
have we seen it though?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But by seeing it, I mean they like meander around like dungeon hallways.
I feel like I went to heaven and it was just a place on Earth. Like it was
like there was some white backgrounds.
That reference I get.
There was like a throne room, some hallways. They went into some of the rooms where people because the way that heaven works is everyone has their own personal heaven. Because like
Mormons.
Like Mormons, exactly. And which would make sense if you were, because like heaven isn't the same for everyone, right? Like some people might hate everything being gold and clouds and floating and angels and shit. Like for some people, heaven is fucking living in a Popeye's chicken restaurant for the rest of their lives.
Quit picking on Daniel.
I feel like
Cormier.
hating other people's
Daniel Cormier
is to hell.
So everybody has their own little personal heaven. So that was a good way to be like, oh yeah, we're in heaven. Isn't this just mom's house? Yeah, I miss it. All right. All right. But yeah, it's a good show. I like the two actors.
You could imagine for heaven. He didn't go skiing. He didn't.
Dude, the two actors you mentioned, that I seem to be the only one that thinks this. Aren't they distractingly good looking?
Of course, that's the whole point. They have a massive female fan base.
They are. I'm just like, the fuck. And Taylor, 15 years from now, they might get better. Like
they might get better looking as the show goes.
Like, what the fuck is with these guys?
I don't know about Dean, but I know looking at Sam, he's one of those guys who's so good looking, makes me upset.
I think Dean's better looking than Sam. He was
go
on
back
Days
and
of Our
forth.
Lives. He was on Days of Our Lives for a long time. Like that's what he was doing before this. Like he's literally like one of those soap opera hunks or whatever. And yeah, they're both like distractingly good looking. And I've said this on the show before, but it's really funny. Like especially in the early seasons, they only help hot women with ghost problems. Like somewhere out there's an ugly black guy who's got ghouls and goblins and spooks all up in his attic. And they're just looking at that article like, nah. There's an underwear model in Des Moines, though, and she's got a real case of the vampires. What's that on over there? And then they fuck the underwear model, kill the ghost, and then slide on out of town before the sun can fucking rise.
Dude, this show's about to get better.
This show kicks ass.
By the way, take note of this since you are watching now. Every woman that Sam ever shows an interest in will die.
I figured that after the first woman he showed interest in died. Because it seems like him showing interest in a woman is kind of antithetical to the show continuing. Like he's got to stay on the mission, right?
Well, I mean, he'll fall in love with women.
Heaven.
He'll fall in love with women who are like on board with what he does. Like they'll be like witches or fucking. They'll be a vampire or they'll be a fellow demon slayer or whatever the fuck. Like you easily could have slid her right into the cast and she could have sat in the back seat. Nope.
No dice, idiot. You don't get to be part of the ghost killing team.
She'll fucking be dead.
Kyle,
the last season of every episode, the last show of every season, they play Wayward Son, and it's so good. There's like a little clip show they put together.
Just as good now as it was 20 years ago, right?
Dude, it's really good. You're gonna love it, I swear.
They have this big montage at the beginning of every season. It's like last time. But at this point, 20 years into a show, when they say last time, it's like, all right, buckle up, boys.
Yeah, we've been topping ourselves for 19
fresh
years
in
now.
everyone's memory.
Yeah, because that's
It's
the
a
like.
good show.
At first, you're like, "Ooh, a demon. Her eyes are black." Go 20 years into the same show, and I mean, you've battled whoever is in charge of the devil.
Yeah, exactly. You've battled the devil.
There's, I guess, a guy higher than him, right?
Who's in charge of the devil? This isn't Lord of the Rings. There's not a Morgoth for Sauron to be taking orders from.
They've beaten the devil, and then they've beaten the guy who replaced the devil, and they've beaten the guy who replaced the guy who replaced the devil, and then they became friends with the guy who replaced that guy, and he pals around with him after a while.
Dude, that sounds pretty dumb, but
no, it's great. It's great.
It's great.
I want to watch it more now.
They literally make friends with the king of hell.
Don't do what you're doing. Just think of the time that you could be reading the Bible instead of watching this show.
20 seasons times 20 hours a season. You have 400 hours, Taylor. This is a part-time job. We want you to be done.
Learn how to play a harmonica. Do anything else what you're doing. Watch Star Trek The Next Generation. Just watch the last episode. That's my challenge to you. Watch the last episode and forget the rest. Fuck what you're doing.
In the time it would take me to watch this entire series, I could stream enough Fall Guys to get another win.
Colin got another win today.
I might get a win. I got discouraged the other day. I was hearing, did you play Fall Guys on stream and get a win, Dick?
No, I wasn't streaming, but I got a win. It was probably the best moment of my life.
You got a win. And how many hundreds of games did you play before you got the win?
Oh God, I don't know. 300. It seems like it's not the number of games that you play. It's the number of times you came in second. That's what you remember.
Yeah.
And I was ready. If I had like a handful more second places, I probably would have killed myself.
I'm like, Colin, how do you win? How did you get first? And he's like, oh, you just want to be in front of everyone else so they can't touch you. Oh.
Yeah, but how do you do?
Right. I'm like, yeah. Thanks.
Like, Shaq, how are you so good? Just be 7'1". And then the rest kind of fills in. Like, it's like, okay, well, fuck. Have you, Kyle, I was going to ask, have you seen a movie called The Last Castle with James Gandolfini and Robert Redford, and they're in a prison?
Yes. James Gandolfini is the warden of the prison. Robert Redford is a disgraced like army colonel or something, general maybe even, and he gets sent to the prison. And at first, Gandolfini like shows him some respect, but then he quickly realizes that Redford does not like the way Gandolfini runs the prison, and Gandolfini and Redford stands up to him and sort of organizes the prisoners. Yeah, I've seen that.
But I watched this today. It was middle of the afternoon. I was working on my laptop, and I was like, oh, there's a little bit of background something. And then The Last Castle was suggested to me, so I put that on. And part of the reason I was like, oh, James Gandolfini, awesome, I love that guy. Start watching it, and I don't think I've ever seen a movie that does a worse job of making me root for the side they want me to root for. Because if you go back and watch that movie, Kyle, the movie itself is James Gandolfini running a military prison, and a military general is being sent in. And James Gandolfini is there shining his Civil War saber like he's such a military aficionado. He loves all that stuff, and he's a colonel. And he even says, he's like, sending this guy to me, his name should be on the fucking building. He shouldn't be staying here. And then the general who's being the prisoner shows up. James Gandolfini goes, I have your book. Can I go get it real quick and you can sign it for me? He's fanboying out over this general who he's now going to be looking over as an inmate. And he leaves. And as he's coming back, the general is standing there looking at all of this war memorabilia. And he goes, no one who's ever fought on the battlefield would keep things like this. All it would remind them of is the death of fellow men. And James Gandolfini's coming in with the book, and you see him in the background like, he ducks back in and says, I couldn't find the book. I'm so sorry. You go back. You go to the cell. We'll do this another time. This entire thing started with James Gandolfini feeling slighted. And the movie tries to tell you that Robert Redford is going to revamp this prison. And the whole time, it's really a story of James Gandolfini barely holding on to a now structurally compromised prison because Robert Redford listens to a couple inmates and says, yeah, you know what we're going to do? We're going to cause a riot. We're going to overtake the prison. Why? Because we're going to get the headmaster, the warden fired. And what do? Does Robert Redford, the general, start constructing a peaceful protest of sorts? No. He instructs all the prisoners to start creating bombs and guns and bazookas. They fire a chain through a makeshift gun at a helicopter and bring it to the ground at one point. And it was supposed to be a moment of triumph where they fire it and they tie the helicopter down into the very end of the movie. And then the one prisoner who was going to take the warden's side decides at the end, I'm going to take Robert Redford's side and fight for the prisoners. He climbs up there and you think, wow, he's going to escape in this helicopter. No, he just kills the people on the helicopter and then crashes it into the yard. The whole movie. And Kyle, I know you remember enough about movies. You might be able to dispute it. The whole movie is about Robert Redford being an absolute terrorist with no actual aims to improve the prison. But he
smiles when he does it. Is that Robert Redford smile?
That's it.
And you're just like, okay.
And Robert Redford the whole time is like, I'm an honest general and I've always been one. As he's firing a trebuchet he built from the parts out of the gym into James Gandolfini's office. That's not a joke. They fire a rock with a trebuchet into James Gandolfini's office and they destroy his Civil War memorabilia and he's all upset about it.
Wow.
But it's like, it's just straight up terrorism what he's doing. And the whole time, the entire movie was hinged being like, Robert Redford, 4 years in here, and all those mistakes as a general are gone, and you can meet your 4-year-old grandson that you've never even seen. And he decides instead to lead a terrorist insurrection of a military prison, in which, I didn't watch the very end. There was a couple minutes left, and it was taking fucking forever.
Yeah, they had to kill him at the end.
Yeah, they probably killed him, but it's a terrible movie, and I did not take the side of Robert Redford once. It was James Gandolfini all the way. Mm-hmm. He was trying to control the situation.
I've only seen it once, and it's been a long, long time ago. But yeah, that's all ringing pretty true. Yeah, it seemed like Gandolfini. I do remember the whole part where Gandolfini gets embarrassed by Redford, like there at the beginning. Yeah, I think you're right about that one.
No, I'm going to spend 20 more minutes talking about a movie from 2000.
I want to talk about fucking baseball, the most exciting sport in the world.
Ooh, how are the Braves doing?
We just beat the Reds, best of a three, 2 out of 3, 3-game series. So they won Braves won the first 2. Good. First game was just very exciting. Braves won 1-0 in like 13 fucking innings. And then they won today. I think it was, I don't remember what the score was, 8-1 or something like that. So Braves move along in the postseason for the first time in 19 years.
Wow. They clinched it. The Marlins clinched it. Oh, the St. Louis is in. There you go.
Yep. They may end up playing the Braves.
Ooh.
I've been watching the Eagles a little bit. Philadelphia Eagles lost their first game. They lost their second game. And then it was them against the Bengals. Both of them haven't had a win all year. And I'm like, well, someone's going to win. They tied. They tied each other. They both still have no wins.
Wait, they let a game into a tie?
In football,
I didn't think they allowed that anymore.
Fuck, I don't remember the last time I saw that.
Right?
So, I don't think I've ever seen that.
Now neither team has a win.
Oh, that's humiliating.
Well, that's horrible.
Jesus Christ.
Well, there's always next year for the Eagles.
The Bengals are a perennial powerhouse. There's no shame in tying them.
There's not always next year for the Rams. Fuck the Rams. Hope they always suck.
No, I'm excited because the Braves might actually go a little bit deeper in the postseason this year. It's
looking good, huh?
It's a pretty good team. They got a really good offense, and they I don't know,
really good offense. They did win that 1-0 game, so that's cool.
That was against a very good pitcher and kind of uncharacteristic for them. They are either the highest scoring or the second highest scoring team in the National League.
Interesting.
They've had a good year.
Yeah, of course, you know baseball better than me, but it's like you can't tell how good a team is by one game.
Not at all.
Good teams lose. In football, usually the better team wins. Like, it's kind of weird that it doesn't go the way you expect. In baseball, though, like 70% is a pretty good win record, right?
That would be a very good win record.
Yeah.
That'd be outstanding.
But I don't think, being, what would that be, 9-3, 9-4 in football is like outstanding. Something you don't see every goddamn year.
Yeah. Well, but in baseball, they play like 180 fucking games too. And the starting pitching is such a big deal. It'd be like if NFL teams had to play a different quarterback, 4 quarterbacks a month.
They're not all going to be your best quarterback, right?
Yeah. This is the third best quarterback. We'll see how it goes. Normally he serves hot dogs, but you don't know what you'd get. But with and that's how starting pitching is. Sometimes it's a guy they just brought up from the minor leagues or something like that.
Do they have a rule in baseball that, like, if every pitcher or everyone of some given position isn't able to play, they have like a stand-in guy in the seats?
Oh shit!
No, they grab outfielders, right?
I don't know what they do when they run completely out of players because
you know what the NHL does. The NHL, you have a goalie and a backup goalie, and if both of those goalies are injured, there is an emergency
CPA goalie in the city.
There is an emergency standby fan who plays goalie. And that happened for the Chicago Blackhawks 2 years ago, where in the middle of a game, they were terrible, so it didn't matter. Their starter got injured, their backup got injured, and so they called on a 40-year-old certified public accountant who had signed up for this, and he played the third period for the Chicago Blackhawks against an NHL team. And I think he only let one goal in. Like, they were playing a terrible team, and like obviously once NHL players know we got an accountant in the back, they create a turtle shell basically to try and keep people out, because you take some random guy and throw him in the NHL, they're going to score 100% of the time if they have a clean shot. You have no chance. But that was
you forfeit in baseball. If they run out of players, you forfeit.
I could have sworn I've seen outfielders give it a go. Am I crazy? Maybe I'm just wrong.
But you can't. I think you can only change positions once or something like that. So like if you run out, I'm saying if you completely run out of players, if you can't field 9 players, because I'm pretty sure you can only. Like, you can start the game as a first baseman and then move to pitch, but then I don't think you can move somewhere else again. I think you can only move once. So if you can't field 9 players based on that rule, then you just forfeit. In any case, I'm pretty excited. I hope the Braves actually have a decent postseason. It's kind of weird that there's no fucking fans of the game, and I listened to them on the radio.
Isn't that weird? The no fans at the game thing.
Super weird.
It trips me out.
Do you watch UFC, Dick?
No. I watched. It's been weird this whole summer. Like I feel like I missed everything just because I usually happen to see stuff at bars, and since I'm not going, because it's illegal, the whole season went by and I'm like, oh, I didn't see anything. Oh.
In the UFC, you can hear everything. You can hear the fighters talk to each other. You can hear the corners talk to the fighters. I think I'm growing to like it more. Like there is a bit of electricity missing, but I think I'm even more interested in the conversations than the electricity.
I agree. UFC is better with no fans. Every other sport is worse. And it's even worse that they're like trying to, I hate when they put the cardboard cutouts in the stands. I was watching some NBA highlights and they don't even have like individual cutouts per seat. It looked like they had like a giant mural of fans behind the baskets. And it was like, you couldn't even put the cardboard cutouts. Like I saw the Denver Broncos put the entire town of South Park in the stands. Hilarious. That's a great
well done.
But then they pipe in the fan noise. And, at baseball games, they've got so much shit going over the loudspeakers, from the organ music to the different teams have different things. But in Atlanta, they've got like a couple of different chants that we do. And they're still playing all that shit. And I'm just like, why? Why are you still playing the fucking chop? Like there's nobody here to do the fucking tomahawk chop, man. Like, just let it go.
In basketball, I might like the games more with no fans, but I find the bubble interesting. So everyone's shooting out of this world. There's a guy named Rondo. He's a career 30% 3-point shooter. It's like 50% in the bubble right now. And these numbers are going to be wrong, but they're effectively close enough. And everyone's shooting percentage is way up because you don't have fans in the background wiggling foam fingers and shit at them anymore. They get to play in the same court day after day after day. So you're not adjusting. I know the court dimensions are the same, but the whole layout and depth perception and stuff varies. Now they practice there, they play there every single time, and the offenses are doing better. And you can occasionally hear them yell at each other in ways that you couldn't before.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like the things that it adds, but I feel like it takes away more in sports, in those sports. Like the sound of an NFL game is I don't know. You're really missing out on that, I feel like. And you're not really gaining much.
Players.
What, say it again, Taylor?
When they mic up the players, they did that really, really briefly in a test period with the NHL. They realized this is a terrible.
These guys are so racist. They're all white, and they somehow find racial slurs against fellow white people.
Well, they find all sorts of ways. The blackest player in the NHL is like a quarter black.
He's an octoroon.
Very few black people in the NHL, but it's more the what does Twitch want you to call it? The F slur. That's what Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they want you to call it that. I think they're just allowing it for now.
There's a different F slur, frog, that they call each other. It's you didn't hear that? Yeah, it's apparently it's a French.
What you call French people?
Yeah,
I heard the French thing. I didn't know in the NHL they say that.
It was a big deal. Yeah, it was a while ago, but yeah, somebody got in a lot of trouble for it, and then they wanted him to apologize, and he's like, "I'll apologize to French people because I underestimated how offensive that was." But to that dude, fuck that dude. I will never apologize to that dude. He is horrible. I still hate him. And he's only pretending to be offended by the frog word, so that he can get me in trouble. This is another tactic.
It's literally the word frog, right?
No, yes. Yeah, this is literally the word.
That was mocked because unless you're including the Quebecois, there's no French people in the NHL. Nobody from France is in the NHL.
Oh, he was French-Canadian.
French Canadian. Okay, that makes sense. There's quite a few of those fellers.
Yeah, apparently it's offensive to call them that. I don't know. He
they
felt
eat
like
frogs.
the guy wasn't actually offended. This was just yet another tool to mess with him.
Yeah, of course.
He was using cry bullying.
Basically, cry bullying. I can see that. I don't know who the player was who was cry bullying, but I would totally believe that. There's no way in any world that any plurality of NHL fans are like, did you call that French person a frog? I'm not watching the games anymore. Fuck up, pussy. Who cares?
Yeah, the NHL brass did. They I guess one, they don't want to lose that fan base, and two, everyone's sensitive about race-based insults.
And meanwhile, like Don Cherry, who ended up getting fired for being too funny, is Don Cherry was the NHL Hockey Night in Canada guy for decades, and he is hilarious. He's straight up fucking funny, just senile old man, hot takes, and his thing is like no one ever comes after him for being racist. They come after him for being like xenophobic, because to him, if you're a good old Ontario boy from the middle of the country here in Canada, you're a fucking good guy. You're a hard hitter. You're playing hard. You're playing good. You're fucking, that's what we need in this game. If you are a French Canadian, he's like, look at him fucking flailing around out there like a goddamn pussy fucking around. This isn't the game that we brought up, boys. I've been doing fucking Hockey Night in Canada for 40 fucking years. This isn't what we brought up. These fucking Europeans are coming over here and flopping around, changing the game. Like, that was his thing always. And it was always him, like, ripping on other white countries. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about what's happening in Somalia or the Congo. He's a hockey guy. But when he sees a French or a European player come over, he would just be like, yeah, just prep yourself again, boys. He's going to be falling all over the goddamn place, falling around. Good old Ontario boy, Taylor Hall there. Well, not Taylor Hall. He's from New Jersey. But good old Ontario boy, fucking Drew Doughty smashes him there. Perfectly fine hit. Look at him. Look at him laying on the ground. Pause that. And he would do it with another guy on the show who was not at all cool with these rants. He'd be like, pause that. No, don't take it past it. Just take it back to, yeah, look at that fucking guy laying on the ground. That's not what we want here. It's not Canada. It's not hockey. Like, it's just, yeah, Don Cherry, I stand Don Cherry.
That is not a common take. I think a lot of people celebrated his game. What did he do at the end that got him kicked off?
I think he once again was calling European players fairies or something.
Oh.
Because it's genuinely a thing in the hockey world. Like, Americans and Canadians play a lot heavier game than the Europeans generally. You see that going back to Russia in the 80s.
Faster, and they deke, and they dodge really well.
But they don't engage with physicality nearly as much.
And that's what fairies meant to him, is a non-physical player? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, to him, I totally believe it. He's been living in the same bubble for 40 years. He doesn't know what works. He's just...
Nobody ever said to him, hey, maybe not fairies. I don't know. I was thinking something else.
Right.
Well,
fruit.
There's a guy. There's a. I'm trying to see who he announces for. Is for Cincinnati? That's so funny. His name is spelled Thom, so I'm guessing it's Tom Brennaman. He was on a hot mic announcing a game back in August, and he used the F slur. And
F like Frank,
like fag.
Okay.
He said that, and they. I'm pretty sure he lost his job. Oh,
yeah, he came back on, like he said it, and then he's like, "This may be my last game. I just want you guys to know how sorry I am."
Yeah,
he realized like his career was over.
He's like, "I love this game, and I love this job, and this might be my last day doing it."
It was hard to watch.
And then it was hard. That was his last day.
Yes, I'm pretty sure he's gone. Yeah.
Oh, it's so much better than that protracted, like Vin Scully, we're doing 3 years to play you out kind of thing, and having a gala. Just one F slur at the end when you're done. F slur. I'm out, guys. See ya. My last check.
Could UFC fighters get out of their contract that way? They should just break the morality clause.
They get more money by saying that. It's the UFC.
If you say that and you're from a Muslim community in Russia, big ups.
Yeah, the UFC is not big on punishing people for what they say or even what they do.
Khabib has a fight coming up. If people don't know, Khabib Nurmagomedov, something close to that. Nurmagomedov. His father died recently, and his father was involved in his fighting too. He was always in his corner. His father was an expert wrestler. He might have been his grappling coach growing up. I don't know if he still is, whatever. This is his first fight he's preparing without his father helping him. Every goddamn reporter is like, is it tough with the dead dad? Is it rough having a dead dad as you're preparing for this fight? And he's like, yes, like everyone's asking, is your dad alive? Wouldn't it be bad if he was dead right now?
Yeah, I love that. Like, do you have father? He's like, yeah, I got a dad. How would you like if he's dead? Would it be hard or easy? Well, I guess it'd be kind of hard. Yes, of course, it's hard when father die. Yes, hard.
Yeah, even the reporter I thought was insane. He's like, is your father alive? He's like, of course he's alive. Like, you're talking to a guy with a dead dad. Like,
yeah, right. What this mean? My father weak? Your father stronger than my father because my father dead now? I find your father. It's I'm looking forward to the fight. I really hope Gaethje beats him. That'd be fucking stupendous.
I haven't heard anyone say it, so I'm going after it first. I think Khabib beats Conor. Conor beats Gaethje. Gaethje might beat Khabib. Like there's this like triangle, rock, paper, scissors thing happening.
And who does Tony beat?
Poirier. Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Tony might beat Conor.
Yeah, hard to call. I
don't know if Conor can knock him the fuck out because Gaethje couldn't knock him the fuck out.
But he always gets almost knocked out. And wait, didn't they stop the fight?
They stopped the fight, but Tony was very upset about that because his face was still on his skull. And that meant he could still fight. And he had a second fight later that night that he wasn't ready to get to yet with the space aliens that live in his wall.
I don't know what Conor has.
This guy Tony Ferguson is literally like I don't know what the medical term is, but he's literally insane, like not stable. At one point, he thought they were voices in his wall. And he was tearing the walls of his home apart. And he told his wife that there was about to be an apocalypse and the world was going to flood again, like Noah's Ark style. And she was like, Tony, that shit's not about to happen. He's like, just believe me. And she's like, all right, here's what we're going to do. Pack the bags, pack the kids. We'll go out in the desert like you want. But on Tuesday, if the world hasn't ended, we got to come back here and we got to start getting a grip on things, all right? Wow. So they literally did. They went to the desert. Tuesday came. They went back home, and he was like, maybe it's next month. I don't know. They're coming, though. And he kidnapped his own son, like snatched him up, ran off into the darkness. The wife is
jumped a fence while carrying the son. Very impressive. Athletic feat.
He jumped a fence while carrying a little fella. He's literally a crazy person, and he's a UFC fighter, one of the best in the world.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, but I can't wait to see what he hallucinates next. What an exciting fighter.
Well, hopefully he hallucinates that he's going to win his next fight. I want to see him fight again. He's always fun to watch fight. He does all this crazy. He trains himself, and it's bizarre. He's what Diego Sanchez thinks he is. Like he's doing all this capoeira, like Brazilian dance fighting. He's kicking metal poles to kill the nerves in his.
My favorite is when he ties a couple bungee cords on himself, just like runs from the wall, and then he goes back, and then he runs forward again.
Like, you ever see those like gym fail videos of people in the gym like doing stupid shit with like the pulleys and stuff? He does that, but unironically as a world champion professional athlete.
It's great. He's great. I love him. As far as Conor goes, who can he beat? What does Conor have anymore? Like, so we saw Conor fight Khabib, and it was a good fight. He lost all but one round, I think, before they stopped it.
Yeah, it's the only round Khabib's lost, and it may be the best takedown defense that anyone's had against Khabib.
So Khabib had a dominant
at all anymore.
Right, that's where I was headed. So Khabib had a dominant fight against him, but at least they belong in the same ring, right? But that was like 3 years ago. Since then, he beat the ghost of Cowboy, and that's it. right? Like that's so. If Conor fights in 2020, we haven't seen Conor. What's that?
Like, does he have an incentive to fight? Like, he's got more money than anyone.
He says he wants to.
He says he wants to fight Pacquiao for $100 million, or he wants
like 50 years old.
32, you think?
Pacquiao.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was doing Conor.
But he doesn't care how old the guy is. Right now they're discussing him fighting a UFC fighter in the UFC, or perhaps in a boxing ring for charity in Dublin. So I don't know. I think he's been boxing, like on his time out. I think he's been, every time I see him on Instagram, he's wearing like boxing gear, like that fucking like cock belt they wear thing.
Every time I see Conor, he still has abs, so he's doing something, right?
Yeah, he's working hard. I see him all sweaty, talking about like Conor Fitness or some bullshit system he's got. Conor Strong, Conor Quick, Conor Fast. I don't know, whatever it's called.
To answer Taylor's question, Conor's 32, Manny's 41.
Okay. And so this would just be a publicity fight he's aiming for now.
It'd be the same thing as the Mayweather fight. It'd be $100 million in his pocket to fight.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's like a publicity-driven.
I just realized that Dick has an enormous dildo mounted to the wall behind him.
Are you serious?
Oh, we talked about that on the show before.
Yeah, we have, of course. I just forgotten. Okay, never mind. Sorry, but yeah,
he should go own the libs somewhere later tonight.
Woo! Fucking myself in the ass for white supremacy.
I noticed it was a white cock you used.
Fucking yourself in the ass with a dildo.
Yeah, I don't know. He looks like he's working hard, and I bet his hands are as good as they've ever been. You know, I don't know. I don't know where his cardio is, though. I don't know.
Well, he's right in his, or I'm not Pacquiao, but McGregor. He's right in his prime, right?
32,
maybe a couple of years after the prime, but
39 is your prime. That's a man's prime. I like to tell myself. I
agree. 25 is the ultimate prime. A few months from now.
Some people say 47. People are saying.
One does for sure.
People saying that 47.
I'm with you on that one, Woody.
Smart people.
I've heard that.
74. Reverse age, you like.
Because your dick keeps growing as you like a shark's teeth.
It's been my observation. Yeah, that's why I have 37 of them now.
Wait, how old is Trump?
That's not how shark's teeth work. I don't know.
Sorry.
Like you always say, I like seeing Conor on my TV. So whatever he does, I'll watch it. I would look, if he did a show where it was called Conor versus the Pub, and they just went to a pub and they found 8 guys, and he had to fight them one after another.
Oh, I'd watch that on stream. That's a great show.
And if they can like score enough points on Conor, they all get drinks for free. And if he wins, he gets the pub. Right?
It's a very Irish game to play.
Yeah, you know what, Kyle? This is the start of something. But I want to see Conor versus the gypsy community.
All of them.
Just roll into some sort of traveling gypsy area and have them all fight Conor for money.
I want him to fight like this, though. That old timey like knuckles down style. Yeah. I want to see.
Snatch taught me that is exactly how those people fight.
Yes, I want to see more of that. Apparently, that is an effective bare knuckle boxing technique. Something
going
about
like this, just keeping your hands out really far.
I think it's the knuckles down sort of stance rather than.
I think it's something related to the body shots in bare knuckles being like people don't want to hit your head, especially you, Taylor, because they bust up their hands, so they're really protecting their ribs and stuff in the bare knuckles. I'm told. I don't know. Yeah, I've read that as well, or I've heard that as well. Something about breaking your hands on people's fucking faces, which makes sense.
Dude, you punch my head, it's going to be like when you see those armored trucks drive into those concrete pylons that come out of the ground. Your hand will crumple like a piece of paper. It's my head. You have no idea the density here. My neck muscles, so strong.
We measured our skulls the other day. What was your measurement?
I blew you guys out of the water.
What do you like?
His skull was at least an inch or two bigger than my skull.
No, Dick, you don't know. I did. This was like months and months ago, but I was like, yeah, for 2,000 subs on Twitch, I'm gonna buy a caliper, and then go to a phrenology website with documents from the mid 1800s and then see where I line up. And so much of it was like, how to tell you're an honest man. Measure your head and see if it fits into these parameters. How does your nose look? And it would literally be a picture of a man from side profile with a straight nose, and it would say honest man. And then it would say a side profile of someone with a crooked nose, and it would say, be wary of the deceptive individual. Like that.
That sounds anti-Semitic. Yeah. Is that what you're seeing?
Whoa, you can get into that however you want.
Beware of the very cheap man.
Beware of.
But did you go on the human scale, Taylor, or did you have to go to the bear scale or something?
No, I stayed on the human scale. I was just there was a list of about 20 to 25 measurements that you would take, and it was like here to here, top to bottom, and like the first couple, I was like, oh, this is like a fun meme. I'm in. And I would give percentiles. So I was in the 99th percentile, the 100th percentile, a couple of them, and I was like the 105th percentile. And then after like 10 of those tests, I was like, oh no, like my head really is as big as the memes are talking about. Like I'm blowing out the readings on this. Like it would be like from here to here, X amount of inches. And I remember taking that one and going, I'll probably be pretty normal here. And then I looked at it and was like, looked at the scale, that can't be right. That can't be right. There's no way my head is bigger than 600 out of 601 people's on this planet. I'm just no way the numbers add up that way. And it did.
Rocky IV, like with the meter just climbing up. That
was pretty much it. And it turned out that on average, I think I'm in like the 99 point something percentile of average head of head size. And so, it's
sorry.
True. Yeah.
You have to wear two hats.
I wear two hats, but they're like over here, like two different sides to try and keep it on. One united bill.
Do you ever wear hats?
Never. They don't fit on me.
Okay, fair enough.
Do they really never fit on you?
No, I can wear hats. It's just like my head is so big it looks silly.
It's like,
there's no reason for me to be like, look at this.
Once.
Like, yeah, wear a hat once. I got one. I leave the sticker on. It says 8.5.
Oh my God.
Not really. That would be absurd, but yeah, I'm definitely.
Do you blow out the neck hole on your shirts?
Ooh,
do you have
oh my God,
problems?
I do. I blow out the neck hole on my shirts pretty often. That's why Carhartt has been great. These things, this retains this elasticity like no one's business. Regular shirts, no chance. These Carhartt, made for people who do work that I don't do on a day-to-day basis, this can handle my sweatiness and my nonsense.
Remember Seinfeld when George had borrowed that guy's sweater and had stretched the neck hole all out?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that's the show I need to go back and rewatch again. Like, it has been years since I've had a solid Seinfeld rewatch, and that show it cracks my shit up. I love it.
Oh, dude, my girlfriend had. Go ahead.
I was saying I watched it last year all the way through. Yeah.
My girlfriend had never seen it, so like I got to sit her down and watch the entire thing, and it's from episode 1 till. I didn't want to show her the series finale, but. You know, I had to.
It's not that bad.
Oh, it's worse. It's even worse seeing it and like going through, like seeing it through the person you're watching it with's eyes and just realizing exactly why it was so fucked up. It was a great experience, though.
I hear you watching that finale, but also like I see it like Seinfeld cashed out through the parachute, ended it. And that was the right move, even if the ending kind of sucked and it was just them being like, oh, you didn't protect John Panette from being fat across the street or whatever it was. But they didn't do what It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia did, which is continue for 3 extra seasons they don't need and make tremendously unfunny episodes when compared to their previous
it's
catalog.
Been rough.
And so like that, I would much rather it be like Seinfeld where they cash out with a kind of half-assed conclusion, as opposed to It's Always Sunny, where they just drag it out. It's getting less and less funny by the season.
Have you ever seen the reunion episode they did on Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I love that one. I love piece that they actually figured out a way to do it without making it cringe.
Yeah, they do a
have to piece it
Seinfeld
together.
reunion episode on Curb Your Enthusiasm with, the full cast of Seinfeld.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's good. I mean, I still have quite a few seasons of Curb to get through.
Yeah, it's much later on.
I only watched the first 2.5, maybe 3.
Oh, it gets so much better, dude. Like spoiler, she divorces him.
Really? His wife divorced him?
Because he's a piece of shit and starts
looks
dating
so
Ted. She's like dating Ted Danson and like he's just, his life becomes real shitty. But the black guy who's living in his house, Leon, he just stays. So now it's like him and Leon living, like, even though Leon's whole family has moved out. Leon was only there because there was a fucking hurricane and he needed somewhere to stay. Like, the hurricane's been gone for a decade. Leon's still there.
I'm sure it's hilarious because Curb is great. Like, Larry David really showed that he was the genius behind that show by making Curb. Man,
I mean, it's still good. And they're like 10 seasons in or whatever. Like this previous season with the Spite store, where he just creates, like, here's this billionaire Jewish guy who gets mad at the local coffee vendor, and so he buys the retail space right next door and opens Latte Larry's and drops the prices cheap as fuck. So Mocha Joe is over there having to lower his coffee down 10 cents, and then Larry lowers his 10 cents, and back and forth and back and forth. And Larry's improved on all of the, Larry's like, every table should have Purell on it, and because he's a germaphobe, and every table should be bolted to the floor because I'm tired of wobbly tables. It's fucking great.
Man, you're starting on new shows and you haven't even finished Curb. What are you doing? You got to finish your dinner before you get dessert, man.
I should. I take most of my recommendations from Kyle and Woody here on my media consumption, and I find myself like, I have a basement gym with my TV and everything, and so often it'll be like, what do I want to watch and listen to while I'm working out? King of the Hill again. Like,
or Opie and Anthony.
I listen to it. If you took the amount of hours I spend listening to old Opie and Anthony clips throughout a week, it would be a full-time job. Like, just always my background sound when I'm cleaning the kitchen, when I'm doing whatever, it's all old Opie and Anthony bits. I've been going through the Lady Di saga again. That's hilarious.
Opie add much to the show, because I know you're a big Anthony fan.
Yeah, huge Anthony and Jim Norton fan. Opie never sucked me in as part of the show. He would, if anything, he often ruined bits because Jim and Anthony would be like riff, like going somewhere with like Bobo or Lady Di, like the whack pack of their, I don't know what their branding was, but whatever the whack pack was for them. And so often Opie would step in and be like, oh, we got to take a caller. It's Steve from Munaki or something. It's like, God damn it, dude. Like, you just stepped on it right in the middle of the funny stuff. There was no reason for you to do that. And so you can definitely hear in old O&A clips. There are clips called Nopey clips on YouTube. And so you can search Nopey, and someone took the time to go through entire O&A episodes and edit out every single thing that Opie says.
Hurt.
And it is, I guarantee he's not hurt. He's a multi-millionaire living in an awesome place.
You not
Opie?
hurt.
No, he's very hurt. His new show, like his voicemail even has him. He's like telling people if they're going to leave a message, like, don't be negative. He seems extremely sensitive.
He might be, because there were also clips like throughout because you can watch like a entire saga of the O&A show falling apart over years, and it's like 8 hours long. And the photo of it is Anthony, Opie, and Jim photoshopped into the Downfall poster, which is the poster of the Hitler movie, where it's like Anthony standing there as Hitler, like in the Downfall, and they're all doing that. And you can see it totally fall apart, but it all seemed, at least from a listener, from someone, you know how it is being a listener to a show. You don't actually know the inner workings. You don't know shit. Like, you can assume a lot of things, but just watching that, it was like Opie clearly became jealous of Jim and Anthony driving the direction, and he would always try and re-seize the control, because at the end of the day, he was like the in-charge guy. But yeah, Opie is not liked. I didn't know that what you said, Dick. I didn't know he was like still sensitive about it. I assumed he just kind of cashed out and was like, I'm worth like $15 million. I'm good to go.
But that doesn't work at all. Like I see that a lot. Like the internet will give some NBA player a hard time who missed the game-winning free throw. And a handful of people are like, what? He's rich. It doesn't bother him. No, it absolutely bothers him. This is his entire identity. He's been working on this since he was a little kid. His sense of self-worth is wrapped up in being able to do shit like this, and he didn't do it. That probably describes Opie too.
You just hit the nail on the head right there, Woody, because there were definitely times in the clips where Anthony, Jim, and Opie were arguing, where Opie would just right out and out say like, oh, you guys leave? I'll still run a hit show. I'll run a hit show. I've done it before. I found both of you guys. I can find more people. And that was his kind of angle. Because Opie, in honesty, he's the one who brought Anthony on board. Anthony was a tin knocker, like working in attics.
What
and he's like,
mean?
Anthony's, meaning like he was installing AC units and heating units. And that's all he did. And Opie genuinely did find the talent, which was Anthony. But it kind of consumed him to the point where he's like, oh, that talent, like the people who have grown to love Anthony and Jim bantering, I can do that again. I can do that again in a different direction. And that was kind of the last time that I saw him. Like,
it's hard to catch lightning, right?
Yeah. Like Anthony is one of the, that I haven't listened to enough Stern. Like Kyle will probably disagree with me on this, but O&A, classic O&A is the funniest fucking shit out there. It's great because they didn't have structure. They didn't have planned bits. They did, but not as much as like just bring in a bunch of Jim Norton's hilarious comedian friends and just have them riff and make fun of each other. When Colin Quinn calls Bobby Kelly a fat comedian, when he says, you look like a last minute gift at the Beijing airport. when he says that makes me laugh so hard. Like it's just the ruthless insults when he calls Anthony a back alley Tunisian knife fighter, or of course, or whatever the other ones were.
Of course,
it's so good. Yeah, of course.
It's really funny. I think I have a hard time choosing between the best of Stern and the best of O&A. Some of those Stern bits are so fucking good. Like some of that Stuttering John stuff. Some of those like contests they had. Did any of that make you laugh as hard as when they brought in Lady Di, a hardcore alcoholic homeless woman, to be an intern for a week, and she clogged up the sink with vomit and shit? It was, but Lady Di made me laugh.
Building.
But I had the video of that, right? Like I didn't have video for the Stern stuff. Like maybe if I'd had video for the Stern stuff, it would have been as funny. But like. Some of that shit, man, when they went to NAMBLA, to the North American Man-Boy Love Association's like big meeting, and like Stuttering John is like questioning these guys and like finding information out about them, and like the guys are being like super open about what they're into, and like they go back and forth between playing those clips and like Howard like making fun of it. That's really funny, but then they'll just have like literally retarded people come into the studio, and like they had Beetlejuice, which is a what was that? Remember the Zika virus that we were all afraid of? Like,
yeah, he got it.
He doesn't have it, but he has what it causes, which is that tiny head syndrome. His like head is like
or something.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, you know what tiny head. You're hoping you could get it.
Just average me and him.
Yeah. He's got this pointy head that's about 1/3 normal human size. And while they say brain size doesn't correspond to intelligence, in his case,
Taylor says it does.
Nobody fucking retarded.
Taylor's dying on that hill. Obviously, brain size correlates with intelligence. You look at the big animals that have big brains; they're the smartest ones. Bird brains, not smart.
Literally does.
Beetlejuice
brain size in comparison to body weight.
Beetlejuice is a black midget with a cone head the size of a cantaloupe and these awful rotted teeth, and he thinks he's a badass and a pimp. And so they bring him in, and I want to say they were sponsored by like Manscaped, like one of those companies that makes like razors to trim like your junk. And so, well, I got a good idea for a sponsor segment. Hey, Beetlejuice, this porn star is going to shave your balls. Yeah, just strip down, little man. Yeah, get naked right there. Oh yeah, we're recording for the E show. No big deal, right? No, let's do it. And he's just naked there. It's on YouTube uncensored somewhere. This tiny-headed, retarded black midget, completely naked, getting shaved by a porn star while a multi-millionaire watches and laughs with all of his friends.
That stuff was good. It's not my favorite part of Stern. One, I thought his celebrity interviews were really good. He got celebrities like relaxed and answering questions that no one else could. He had a gift for that. And also, I don't know if I love this so much, but he built a community. He'd go into a new city and he'd want to be number one in that city. And he'd talk about how he wanted to be number one in that city and how people needed to vote for him and fill out Nielsen cards and just like stack the deck so that he would be rated number one in that city. And a lot of people would be like, yeah, clearly we have to get Howard to be number one in Nashville somehow. It's our mission to make him number one. And, you know, I'm like driving somewhere in New Jersey thinking, man, I hope he hits number one in Nashville. This apparently is important. I don't know why that's important to me.
They did have a community. Do you know who won People Magazine's Best Looking Man of the Year for 1999?
It's Howard.
Well, second place was Leonardo DiCaprio. First place went to Hank, the Angry Dwarf.
See? And that's perfect. That's what you want. Why can't we ruin those competitions anymore?
We used to do this show live, and we'd routinely take down websites that you wouldn't think we could take down. Like if you go back 8 years ago, a place like Wendy's wouldn't have a lot of like DDoS protection and stuff. And we'd be like, everyone hit F5, hit F5. And we just take down Maglite, Wendy's, like McDonald's, shit like that.
Whatever we could think of, just for the solar.
Yeah. I mean, you can't take down Amazon. Like they're built for that. But
would it be like, take down my YouTube homepage? Yeah. Just keep hitting F5. It's auto-playing, huh? All right, just keep it up. You'll get it.
Watch that ad before you click off. to make sure the view is counted.
The humiliation parts of Stern that I loved. So like Baba Booey's video that he sent to his ex. Hi, hello, or hello, like that. Just paying him $20,000 to endure that sort of humiliation was beautiful.
If I remember correctly, it's a little fuzzy because it's been so long, but he had like made a video of him apologizing to his girlfriend and like mailed it to her or something like that.
And it was like the weaseliest scumbag, like non-apology. They were critiquing it.
I know that you think that I was in the wrong, but you know, I was in a rough place and I think you'll come to understand that. And it's just like this long non-apology literal video because it's on a cassette tape that he mailed through the mail to her home.
With your Jesse Ventura impression there.
And she must have like sent it to Howard.
He had a copy. He had a copy. He found it.
Oh, and he brought it in. Oh.
Yeah, he brought it in. And then they paid him like $30,000 to do a screening of it for everybody on the show and, you know, favorites.
Jackie the Joke Man used to get paid in advertising. Like he didn't have a really high salary, but they advertise his CDs all the time, his comedy CDs.
I recently saw a thing where it's Jackie, it's Stuttering John, and somebody else doing like a round table talking about their time on the Stern Show. And they were talking about how shitty the pay was from the E channel specifically. And it may have been Jackie. I don't remember which one it was, but they were talking to somebody and they were like, yeah, what's that gig pay? That's crazy. Everybody watches it. And he's like, they offered me 10, but I'm not going to fucking take it. I'm not going to fucking take it. That's bullshit. And they're like, you can't be doing so well that $10,000 a week isn't worth your time. And he's like, no, it's 10 a year. It's 10 a year that they're offering me.
It's hard to find what right is. 10 a year feels really wrong. But Howard's getting rich, right? Howard's getting rich. He's the king of all media. He's got the book, he's got the movie, he's got the radio show, he has a TV show. He's making it all happen. But what is the gap between Howard's pay and Jackie's pay supposed to be?
Well, like what happened was like because he hadn't signed his e-contract, because he wanted like his lawyer to look at it first, and there was some slight delay. Every time he came into the studio, the E channel had to turn off their cameras because he hadn't signed his contract. So it became this big controversy, and like Howard calls into his office and he has to like apologize and be like, I'm so sorry that I did this. I'm so sorry. I wanted my lawyer to look at my contract before I signed it, sir. I know that you're trying to make an extra $8 million this year and get yourself over to the top. I know you want to make $125 million this year and not just 117 or whatever the fuck. Yeah, Howard's was such a scummy piece of shit. It's just the worst. He should have like look, if the main guy, the guy who's the titular star of the show, is going to end up being a billionaire off of it, then the guys who we can name right offhand, like Jackie and Benji and you know the people who were there making, especially Fred got paid, Fred and Robin got paid, but nobody else did. Everybody else was getting paid just peanuts to be
all the
there.
rest of it went into Howard's greedy pockets.
I think Artie had a good deal. Artie was making, I think, $1 million a year.
That's a horrible deal for the amount of reach they had. That's terrible.
Well, he was just sitting there high on heroin, eating McMuffins for 4 hours.
It doesn't matter what he was actually doing if he was contributing to the show and being the funny man, like.
Nah, that's communist. It's on Howard's back. It's all on his back.
It's way more. He's
got to replace people. Yeah,
I didn't watch the
Artie. Get bored.
I didn't watch the Artie era, so I won't weigh in. But I did watch like Fred and Jackie, and I always thought Jackie was way better than Fred. Like he added way more to the show to me than Fred did. Fred added the soundboard, which I kind of hated.
I love it.
Yeah,
I think I'm in the minority.
Yeah. I don't like when Jackie opens his mouth. Where Jackie like puts his best work in is when he whispers to Howard, check the, I don't know what they call it. It's a defunct fucking internal DMing system that they use to like,
they're typing to each
other. It wasn't even that. It was some sort of radio jargon thing. He'd like type Howard a line.
Radioing across the office.
He'd type Howard a line, like a one-liner for to like make fun of somebody on the phone or just some fucking great. And Howard would deliver it well, and it would get a huge laugh, and it'd be this massive moment. And Jackie's just sitting over there like, that's me. That's me. He should have gotten paid for that shit.
And you think that what's his name?
Fred,
the guy with the fucked up nose. Artie. Wasn't also doing that. Artie, he wasn't.
I know that Artie was doing that, but Artie probably deserves less because he's doing heroin and asleep half the time.
I'm just saying, if he's passing jokes to the host and keeping it funny, that's significant.
He was passing jokes when he was conscious. Like I just think he takes a bit of a pay decrease because of the fact that he was literally.
Were his jokes funnier than what Howard was coming up with off the cuff?
Who could say?
Yeah,
because you don't know which jokes are his and which are Howard's, because he's not going, all right, everybody, hey, I'm sending Howard a joke. Check it out. He's like privately DMing Howard jokes like throughout the show.
What's your guess, Kyle?
I don't think
how many of those funny one-liners were actually someone else?
My guess would be all of them, because I don't think Howard's is that organically funny. I think.
And why is he worth $1 billion?
Because that's what he would take.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And I mean, and if they paid him $2 million, he would have killed himself. like
that's I didn't think along those lines.
You give that guy $2 million, and he's fucking dead. It's not just his nose rotted off his face; it's the whole face.
He got punched, right?
That's a big part of it was the punching, but also the years and years of snorting cocaine and heroin couldn't have helped.
Forgive me.
Oh, is
do
he
you
a
snort heroin?
You can.
Okay. Yeah, you can snort heroin.
What's the one where you
snort anything?
It's also heroin that you inject.
No, okay, but what's the one where you like put it in a spoon and turn it into an inhalable?
That's heroin.
Oh,
or wait, no, you're talking about
freebasing methamphetamine.
Yeah.
Oh,
where you heat that up and then you use a glass straw to suck the fumes in.
Yeah, and maybe crack. It has like it almost looks like a bowl, a crack pipe. Like it has a.
Yeah, it's got a little round bowl on the end. And crack. That's how mine all are.
No, that's how mine is too. I smoke a lot of crack. That's why I'm so healthy and slim.
Yeah. It keeps me focused.
Wait, crack
Dude,
does make
I
you
smoke my
slim,
crack
doesn't
and
it?
then I eat 3,000 calories of salted meats.
We lost Dick's second account. That's what just
Are
happened.
you putting it back?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
No worries.
What's that?
Changing.
Easy.
Are you
got
putting it back, or should I fix the layout?
No. You could. Oh, did it mess up the thing?
Yeah,
My computer was making noise.
I can fix it.
My
Whatever you
computer was
fixed it.
making noise.
My computer was making noise, so I shut it down.
I think the big difference here is now Dick can't see us.
That's okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I just $1 million seems like a lot of money for like what he was doing. He just seemed like he was doing so little. Like I'm not saying $1 million for his position is a lot. I'm saying $1 million for his performance.
right. Like if you were to
'cause-
tell me it was I'm sorry to cut you off, a non-drug dealer, like addict. I mean to say, like I don't know if Colin Quinn was crushing it in that job. He's kind of like a reliable guy who comes to work. You can count on him, I presume. Like if he's killing it in that job, I have an easier time paying him than Artie, who I have to imagine they're wondering where he is, why he's not on time, shit like that.
That was the
That's true,
entertainment, though. Like all of Artie's drug abuse was more engaging to me than his comedy. Like I wouldn't watch Colin Quinn tell jokes, but I'm into like, oh man, how did Artie fuck up this week? Like, is he sober again? Did he ruin his
always get a
life or his
pass.
relationship?
He'd
Yeah.
always get a pass too. Like if anything,
funny.
he would be the one who was hardest on himself. He'd tell the embarrassing story about himself and they'd laugh at it. But if like, I'm trying to think who was always late, who was just getting it into, was it Benji? It was Benji. Benji got just shit on just every fucking day. They'd shit on Benji. And I don't know. I like that. I like the parts of the show where they would make fun of the staff. I really liked what was that? Eric the actor, or AKA Eric the midget.
God, he was
being on the
great.
show. He's probably my favorite whack packer. He literally tried to have a hit put on a guy one time. It was hilarious. And like they would have this guy who was like
It's
an
illegal.
Yeah, I know it is.
Oh yeah.
They would have this guy come on and like do stuff with the Stern Show who had been in the mob. I can't remember who it was. But he was like an ex
man.
No. This was he was like an ex mobster. And so what's the fucking midget's name? Eric.
Lil Joe.
calls that guy. Eric calls that guy and leaves him this voicemail. And he's like,
Hey, that guy, you know the one. He needs to go. You know what to do. You know what to do.
like leaves him this long voicemail where he's literally ordering up a hit. Well, that guy, of course, just brings that voicemail to Howard, and he's like, "Hey, you're not gonna believe this." I think Eric just, "Hey, boo boo." He's like, Eric just tried to order a hit. He just tried to have me off a guy, and so they start playing it on the air over and over and over, making fun of Eric. It's great. It's fucking hilarious.
Well, maybe I'll listen to that. I won't though. I'm gonna keep listening to old O&A.
Oh, dude, I've probably listened to like the Eric the actor, Eric the midget clips. I think there's got to be 60 hours worth on YouTube.
So
I've
many.
listened to them. I've listened to those things probably 5 or 6 times.
The
Have you listened to
earliest
old
stuff,
O&A,
Stuttering John
Dick?
was great. Like people didn't know Stuttering John. He was new. And they're just like, how did you get this job with a speech impediment? 'Cause and he's just out there doing his best. It'd be actors like trying to be respectful while he's asking disrespectful questions with a speech impediment. It was a good gig.
Yeah. Eric was my favorite. He died. Like I remember, like he died on the show. They were like, "Yeah, Eric's going to surgery," and then like you hear like the next week, Eric's dead. It's like, fuck, little fella couldn't make it anymore. Like they would pick on him so mercilessly. Though he was a fan of some girl on American Idol, which was super hot at the time, like DeGarmo or something like that, and so they were like, if we can get you to meet her, will you let us make a real doll out of you? Which is like one of those like hyper realistic sex dolls. And he's like,
I guess we could do that. Yeah, if I could meet her.
And like, so there he is in this was on the E show, or at least on video I saw it, because his little retarded eyes are so happy when this like beautiful pop star walks in. She's like, "Hey Eric, it's nice to meet you." And he's like,
"It's so nice to meet you too."
And he's got these little club feet up under his body because he's in a wheelchair. He's not only a midget.
I'm watching a video right now. He has the most horrible little feet I've ever seen in my life.
Well, they bring up his feet at one point, and Howard's like, "What's wrong with your feet, Eric? Like, where do they even go? Are you do you have feet in those shoes?" And they just hammer on it, and he's avoiding. And finally he's like,
"I got a fucking club foot, you piece of shit."
like finally snaps. And then like he was gonna have like his own like private comedy show, and people were supposed to, and like he's advertising it on the air live. He's like, "Yeah, you just go to this, you call this number or go to this website and you reserve your seats at Eric's comedy show." And Fred kept playing that clip of how many people had called and reserved. 0.0. He just, every time Eric tries to defend himself in the comedy show, he plays that's the soundboard. 0.0. And finally Eric's like,
"You got that, damn it, Fred, would you, I'm gonna fucking fly over there and shove that piece of shit right up your ass."
And Fred, just without missing a beat, he's like, "I'll be waiting at the airport." 0.0. just having a meltdown. It's great.
I mean, I love meltdown stuff like that. This is not for now. This is for Dick to enjoy later, hopefully, because I know Kyle's listened to the whole thing. The Lady Di internship.
She's so disgusting.
It's so funny. And dude, she is a hardcore alcoholic, like the kind of person who drinks from sun up to sundown.
Sure.
7 days a week, 365. And the last call she makes into the O&A show, which at that point Anthony had been fired. It was like right after Anthony was fired, and it was the Opie and Jim show. And she called in, and she had fully, I learned about this, I think, from this. It's called Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. And it's where you drink so much that you become wet-brained, like you're a retarded person because of the... Yeah, it's very wet.
Too wet.
You get wet brain, which is just you poured so much alcohol over your synapses and stuff over the course of decades that you're just retarded now. And her last call into the O&J show is her talking about how she's on a mission on a Navy ship.
Oh God!
Where they call her, and she calls in like, "Lady Di, how are you doing? What's new?" And she's like, I'm on deployment. I'm here outside." And they're like, Where are you? Where are you, Lady Di?" And they know she's not had a job since 1998.
Yeah,
it's 2015 at that point. And they're like, "So you're still doing that? Where are you docked? Where are you?" Jim's like, "Where are you docked, Lady Di?" She's like, I don't know. I don't know exactly where I'm docked. It's somewhere in the United States. We're in the United States." "Oh, so you're just sailing around the United States in a military vessel, are you?" Yeah, that's what we're doing right here. What's everybody talking about? And she's like talking to the other people in the insane asylum as it's happening. And they're like, "Can you ask her where you are?" And she's like, "Where are we? Where are we docked? Where are we docked?" And then some nurse is just like, "We're in New York." They're like, we're docked outside of New York. We're docked outside of New York right now. Like Jim and Opie are playing into it like, "Well, I mean, it's not easy. It's hard work being in the Navy." And she's like, oh yeah. It's hard work being in the Navy. And she got
service
fired from working at Budweiser in like 2001.
Oh no!
She got a dream job and got fired in like 2001. And they were like, "So everything no, just left the job right into the military, huh?" And she's like, "Well, no, I still work at Budweiser. It's like, "Oh, really? I thought you lost that job in 2001. Oh, no. Oh, no. I never lost that job. It is that interview in and of itself is actually pretty sad because you're watching someone who's lost their mind. But if you're an O&A buff and you watch the 15 years of her being in appearance, there are clips of her from 2003 being like, "I've been out of work for 2 years. I'm going to be fine. And she didn't end up being fine.
No.
Lots of funny content came out of it, though. I feel bad for her son. You know, she would often, or no, they would always make fun. They would play train soundboard clips because her first husband killed himself by jumping in front of a train.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It was a real knee slapper every time they play that train horn.
Why are you doing that? That happened so many years ago. Why are you playing that?
Cry. Yeah, you wouldn't believe.
I think in LA we had local people. So after Stern, I'd go to Tom Likas or Heidi Frosty and Frank because I don't know, they were so big out here, and because we had radios when I was learning how to drive, so I got sucked into all those.
Yeah. I never listened to any of those.
There was a really cool morning radio thing in Atlanta when I was out here selling cars in like 2005, 2006. But I want to say they like got bought by a major market and like LA bought them, or I don't know, somebody else bought them and bought their show.
They got wiped out. All of talk radio, it seemed like all of talk radio across the country got wiped out at the same time, bought out and then dismantled like Roger Rabbit.
It was a cool show. Like there was like three main. There was a guy, a girl, and then kind of a loser. And the loser they would send out on the streets to do things called Torture Tuesday, where he would have to do like humiliating public, like he'd have to panhandle, and he couldn't stop until he had $50 or something like that. Or he'd have to get on top of a car and drive around I-285 in Atlanta. And, honk if you see Benji out. He'll be on the roof of a Hyundai. He's strapped down. And then, like, I want to say that, like,
that's not nearly as brutal as the O&A things. They would have, like, listeners go find Lady Di by the train tracks in Newark. And they would try and go find her. And there was that video I linked you, 33 minutes in, out of nowhere. She's not even being questioned. She goes, I have something to say. I have something to tell you guys. In the 80s, I let my boyfriend fuck me in the ass every weekend in a car. It's like, what? The entire 80s? She's like, yeah, in the 80s, he let me stay with him, and so I let him use me in the ass every weekend in a car. And they're like, always in a car? He's like, yeah, it was usually in a car. Like, really? So you just do that all the time? He's like, yeah. Well, it was the 80s. Taylor. It was the 80s. And so she got fucked, and they were like, why would you bring this up? She's like, I just wanted you guys to know that I got fucked in the ass in the 80s. The entire 80s.
The entirety of the 80s.
All of Metallica's Rise and Fall. She was getting fucked.
The entire Reagan administration, just right up the ass.
I want a warm hole for all coming cocks.
Oh, speaking of Reagan, are you going to play this COD Zombies game? Have you seen the trailer for it?
I did watch the trailer. Looks pretty fun. I'll give it a go.
Yeah, it looks cool. I'm definitely down.
Is Reagan in it? The COD Zombies? I know he's in, like, I saw it, but like, is he like who was the big guy with the electricity and the icy one?
Oh no, Reagan's not like a character you can play. I don't think.
I bet he will be a DLC, because remember, like, just this last time they had like all the presidents as playable. Like, you could play as JFK and Nixon.
Who was the scary guy? Taylor, you're gonna have to George Romero. You did it. That's amazing. Anyway, I want Reagan to be like George Romero-like character.
Oh, I forgot where you're hiding. Nancy.
Oh, Nancy too. Nancy
That's
too.
Kind of a sad game.
This is fun. She secretly runs everything, makes all the decisions.
Oh,
I'm told that. I don't know. I always thought it was the VP, but they say it was the wife.
Yeah, they say that Nancy was running the country there for a couple years.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm excited for the game. It looks slick. I'm looking forward to seeing what it's going to look like on my PC, but it looks really slick on that. I think that was PlayStation footage that they made the trailer out of. Look good. Look really good.
Zombies does look fun. I mean, you can't tell that much from the trailer, obviously, but I'm going to give it a go.
Yeah, I always do. I'm looking forward to it. I'll play it with you some.
Nice.
I'm all Fall
Dick,
Guys.
Have you been playing? I know you're all Fall Guys, and I'm on your side.
I'm all
with
Fall
that.
Guys, man. That's all I can do. God, I feel like I just got.
For you? You haven't played Among Us?
No, I've been hearing about it though. Some kind of I've heard somebody's sus on your spaceship, and you got to throw them into space.
Do you want to play with us? I would love to
play with us. Yeah.
You're looking to play games all the time.
Sure.
Kyle and Woody, and also that'll be a good time. Let's do some.
It's very mean-spirited. It's a good time.
Oh, I like that. I used to play a lot of Worms.
Yeah,
that was a very mean-spirited game.
Basically, there's like 10 people staggering around a spaceship doing these ridiculously stupid tasks that are just time killers. and 2 of you are murderers in disguise. No one else can kill or do anything like that, but they can secretly like come up behind you, fucking kill you. And whenever you discover whenever the rest of the crew discovers the dead body, you have this meeting where the game is paused and everybody goes to this little conference room, and you start talking about who you think did it. You're like, well, I was with Taylor the whole time. It couldn't be Taylor. And Taylor's like, well, you did leave for a minute. I don't know. Maybe not. And then somebody's like, well, I saw Woody heading toward where you found the body. And it's in my group, every now and then they'll just be like, let's just vote off the black guy. And because like everybody,
it's like
he's wearing
like
a black
werewolf
space
or
suit.
Mafia, whatever that card game is.
Exactly, like werewolf.
Yeah, that's
werewolf,
a fun game.
all those.
It's the exact same thing, and it's just people berating one another. And so often, it'll be like both imposters are waiting in the wings. This happened the other evening where Woody was like, "I saw Taylor acting suspiciously," and I was like, "Fuck you, Woody! You know you didn't see me acting suspiciously. Go fuck yourself. It's Woody. No, it's Taylor. No, it's Woody." And meanwhile, neither one of us are the guy, and we're just creating a distraction for the people that it is. And it is.
Yes,
it is so
that's funny. What happened with that? So I guess your vision only goes like a couple feet.
Yeah.
So I thought I saw Taylor go into an event and leave. Taylor, knowing that he didn't go into an event and leave, knows that I'm lying. I'm not lying, I'm wrong. But I'm good-heartedly wrong.
Right.
You know, so he's positive that I'm the imposter. I'm pretty sure he's the imposter, but I was wrong. And the imposters are like, this is great.
Yeah. Going into vents is something that only the imposter can do to like make a short. They can like shortcut around the spaceship so that like they can kill someone here and quickly zip across the whole ship so that they're away from the body. So we were playing the other day. We were playing the other day, and I just wanted to be an asshole. And I call an emergency meeting, and I'm like, Tom just vented. I saw him. Not only did Tom not vent, but I haven't even seen him this game. I'm just lying for no reason at all. I'm not the imposter either. I'm just fucking with Tom.
His own team he's messing with.
I'm just like, saw Tom vent. He's the imposter. Get him. And everybody's like, bloop, 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 bloop. Everybody votes. And he goes, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? He was the imposter. It was him. It goes, victory. And I'm just like,
nailed it.
Wow.
You're unassailable next time. This sounds like my kind of game. Lying.
You should play with us. I'll be out of town this weekend, but
is it what is it, PS4?
Mm-hmm. Say it again, Dick.
PS4? What's it on?
PC. Low repeat.
PC.
Platform, right?
Oh wow. Okay.
Any PC will play it, and I think it's really cheap. Is it $4, $6, something
$4 or
like that?
$5?
Cool.
You can even play it on your phone if you've got you can play anywhere.
And Dick, if you're not confident with like WASD and working with the mouse and keyboard playing,
this is like
I'm in the same boat. But this is so easy. It's literally like run around and then hold the left click button to finish your task. Fill the gas can by holding left click on the gas can fill icon. Like it literally is. It's a bunch of.
I know how to play video games, Taylor. I do. I remember how to play video games on a computer. I was a loser too.
Physically disabled or mentally retarded. This is perfect. You're gonna be fine.
Hold down left. Okay, got it.
No, but
Thank
other
you.
times you have to remember up to
Hey
5
everyone,
numbers
Taylor's
in a
the
row.
imposter. I saw him in the vent every fucking time.
You know what? I'm not playing with you because I'm tired of this. I'm tired of being called the imposter every time.
It's pretty fun to kill Taylor early. He gets real salty. So every time that I'm the imposter, I'm like looking for Taylor. I'm gonna have to take
It's
him out.
fucking infuriating because you're not streaming. Last time we played, Kyle's not streaming. Nobody else is streaming. I've got 1,500 people watching, and I'm dying at the beginning of every
You
round.
can't put on a show at all.
And I
You
just
absolutely can. You're still the guy. There's no difference between dying and being alive. That's what you've got to get through your head. There's no difference.
I'm still making jokes and doing
now
shit. Obviously, on the show.
Your character just changes from a character to a ghost who's still doing the mundane tasks.
I think
And
the
you know
tasks are stupid. I don't recall winning once by task ever. The entire time I played all night.
It's a little rare.
It's pretty hard, but I do
think it's
know
a waste of time. I think I should go into just chatting. Say it
I was
again,
getting
Taylor.
so many tasks per minute done because I would get assassinated and killed so early every game. I kept assuming like, all right, I can do these tasks fast enough. You can't because you don't have access to do all the tasks. And so if one motherfucker isn't doing their thing and you're not assigned the same thing, you're just up shit creek.
Yeah, we have personal tasks. It's not a shared thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
is that
I thought you
can
was.
go hard in the paint trying to get all your tasks done, and then be like, "What the fuck? The bar is like halfway filled.
Yeah,
I have nothing to."
When you're the ghost, it's easy to finish all your tasks because nobody kills you and you can go through walls. So it's quick to get from one spot to the other. But I kind of feel like it's dumb. Like, why am I blowing leaves into the vent for no reason?
This is a very meta game. I'll do all my chores when I'm dead and I've been killed by my friend.
It's a fun game. You'll have a good time with it, Dick. You should buy it and play it with us.
Sounds good. The last game I got into was Enter the Gungeon. Did you guys play that? Have you guys played that one?
I haven't even heard of that one. Enter the Gungeon.
It's overhead. You run around and it's like Smash TV. Like you run differently than where you're shooting. It's very, very difficult, but you get cooler and cooler guns, a lot of which are like pop reference guns. Like you can get the Ghostbusters pack. You get a gun that's just like shoots chickens, but it's all like, it looks like Adventure Time, but it's a very difficult game. It's fun. It's really fun. There's only 5 levels, but it's impossible.
I haven't played it yet, but Left 4 Dead got updated. I think it's out. And that's a big deal to me. I like that game. Nobody, just me. Okay, that's fine.
No,
Hey, I'll play Left 4 Dead with you. I'm always looking for stuff to play on.
I'll play it, but I don't like it.
Pudding, son of a bitch. I'll be helpful.
Sure,
I'll be helpful.
I'll play with you. It's cool. I'm in.
I gotta
You know who's good at Left 4 Dead? My son. We could get him in the party.
Perfect. Get him in the mix. I want someone good.
Yeah.
I want to be able to make jokes and not have any obligations to us succeeding in the game.
That's not Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead's co-op.
With you now.
my nephews are my one little nephew is like a Smash Brothers prodigy. It's so humiliating to get your ass kicked by a 5-year-old.
What Smash game are you playing?
The new one, whatever is on the Switch right now. But every time I come over,
and which one are you playing?
he plays as one of the Miis, one of the cheap ass Miis that spams bombs, or he plays as Rob, another equally cheap ass.
Your nephew is a bitch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I know, but he's not old enough to understand that he is a bitch. So he just kicks my ass every time, and I am the bitch.
And you're playing as just whoever.
Yeah, whoever. I'll try, because the thing that I can't admit is that if I try and I still lose, the humiliation will be immeasurable. So I do random as like a cop out, so that if I lose, I can say, well, I don't understand how to play as Rosalina.
See, what you need to do, pick a heavy character like Bowser or DK. All you need to know with DK is when he drops in, hit B, and he'll start going like this, and he charges his arm up. And then you just hit B again, and you can knock people out. Bowser, you don't have to know what the fuck you're doing, because every time Bowser hits you, even randomly, it's a bunch of % of damage. And he's heavy. So just pick a heavy character.
If I lose trying, then I'm done. Then I might as well just stop playing video games.
He has no idea whether or not you're trying. You can just play it up. You think he's got your nonsense down to a T already? I don't think so.
The other one does. His older brother does. No, the worst thing is he's also such a good sport. Like, we were going head to head, a 5-round head to head. And we were doing a 5-round head to head. I beat him by like one hit at the end, and just threw my hand, because my whole family's watching. I threw my hand and was like, yes, and turn around, and he goes, good game. Like, good job. And I'm like, man, are you fucking happy for my win? You should be devastated by this. That's when you lost. Somebody tell him.
He ruined your win by being a gracious winner.
Yeah, like, man, I was panicked. I was sweating. That was traumatic for me. Fuck you.
He's 5. He's your family.
That game rocks. I know Woody and Kyle have no interest in playing Super Smash, but Super Smash is a ton of fun. It really is. It's a blast. And it's a game I am positive I would destroy both of you. Super Smash Brothers?
You probably win. What platform is it on?
Any of them. Pick one.
Oh, PC.
PC.
Oh, PC, GameCube, any of them.
Oh, I was hoping I had it on
play my
GameCube.
nephew, man.
Oh, you
Yeah, let me-
dictate
let me
where
make
the battle
game
happens.
cube out.
I'll show up.
Call
All
it
right.
a wrap.
Well,
Any
no
outros?
outros. We are good to go.
Dick, anything you want our listeners to know about?
Thanks for having me, guys. Patreon.com/The Dick Show. Dick.show. I don't think so. No, I can't remember what I have going on right now. Honestly, I'm trying to find a venue and just literally any place that will let me and a bunch of fans go make each other sick. Because I gotta, if I stay in this house for another month, I'm gonna go insane. That's all I have going on. But thanks, guys.
Right.
We'll follow Dick.
Florida, maybe. I think actually Florida said they were going to lift all restrictions and all like capacity restrictions and everything. So maybe
they did, and all these pussy venues are saying they're still playing it safe. I'm like, oh, come on, man. Somebody, we're gonna do like a. I think me and a bunch of guys are gonna go out onto public land and do like a mini Burning Man and see if we can.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah,
Kyle, it does sound like
a bunch of guns, doing donuts and fire and camping.
Yeah, on the public land. Yes.
Yeah, that should be good. We'll bring Boogie. We'll have a big shoot off. We'll have a quick draw. Get Boogie out there.
Dress him up as Yosemite Sam for me and give him an extra pistol.
You can get meme photos of that already. It's out there.
High
It's
tea
ether.
right there.
He's got to get like a golden gun. He's got to get that gun bronzed or something. So this is his anti-FrankHassle gun. This is my anti-hassling gun that I pull out last minute.
I wish it was I wish it was already iconic, right? Like it was a red, white, and blue gun, and you could pull it out.
If he had
everywhere.
a golden Desert Eagle or something.
Mm-hmm.
If he'd have had one of those guns that shot and a flag came out and said "bang," that would have been. That was the only way to win that. That was the only move to win that. Pow! Bang!
I'm gonna fire a warning shot. I'm gonna fire a warning. Do it, pussy.
What if he came out with a paintball gun and he just lit that guy up though? That would have been pretty good too.
That would have been good. That would have been good. Just get him to flinch.
I like how he says hassle doctrine means I get to take you inside and fuck you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Don't get sissy hypnotized. Whatever you do.
Don't tell me what to do. PKA 511.